In the depths of an ancient library where time itself is catalogued, I walk among the chronicles of the extraordinary. I'm Miss Collette, keeper of these records, and the eldest of those who would become known as the Time Benders United. Each leather-bound volume here holds a story of discovery, of ordinary souls touched by the impossible. Let me show you how we found each other across the streams of time. Here, this weathered tome speaks of young Eilif, who first wandered into my library seeking answers about the mysterious compass. His family had left him. Little did he know that ancient timepiece would guide him to his destiny as a time bender, and to us. This azure volume tells of Magria, a girl from Africa who endured the cruelty of those who couldn't understand her difference. But when she fled to a mystical grotto and emerged from its sacred waters transformed into a mermaid, she discovered that being different was her greatest strength. And here, bound in shifting leather that changes color as I touch it, is Rebecca's story. A shapeshifter who spent her teenage years hiding her ability to become any animal until she finally found her mother and learned that her gift ran in the bloodline of an ancient family of guardians. This emerald chronicle belongs to Nick, a fairy who discovered his powers in adolescence. His parents had hidden the truth, not just about his fairy heritage, but about his secondary gift as a time bender. Two extraordinary abilities flowing through one remarkable soul. In this dusty frontier journal lies Artie's tale. We discovered her during our travels to an old western town where she had been living undercover as a professor while secretly operating as a ninja witch, using her skills to rescue those in need. But our story grows more complex, more intertwined. These volumes reveal the deeper connections, how Morgana the Sea Witch and Miranda are twin sisters with a complicated bond, how the Blackwood family tree spreads across dimensions, with Lady Evelyn and Lord Silas as parents to both the twins and young Lyra, while their grandson Alex Chase was stolen as a newborn only to find love with Astra from another world. All these stories, all these souls brought together by the threads of time and destiny. We are the Time Benders United, not because we sought power, but because we found family among the extraordinary. In a world that fears what it doesn't understand, we stand together as guardians of the impossible. The library holds infinite stories still waiting to be discovered. But these are the chronicles of how the lost became found, how the different became united, and how a group of extraordinary individuals became something greater than the sum of their gifts. Close the books now, but remember, magic exists in the spaces between heartbeats, in the moments when ordinary people discover they are anything but ordinary. Before the Time Benders United, before even the first tale was inked into the library's vast annals, there was only Miss Collette, alone, yet destined. Born in a forgotten century where the world turned on candlelight whispered superstitions, Colette's earliest memories shimmered with the strangeness of time slipping through her fingers. She would pause and the world would slow. She would wish and moments would rewind. But with every miracle came isolation, for who could believe a child who bent the hours and days? As she grew, Colette's gift became her burden and her purpose. She wandered, searching for understanding, until one storm-lashed night she stumbled upon the ancient library, a labyrinth of forgotten knowledge and hidden doors. Here, the very walls seemed to hum with the pulse of time. Guided by intuition and the gentle glow of enchanted lanterns, Collette discovered her calling to catalogue the extraordinary, to protect the stories that shaped the fabric of reality. Years passed, and Collette became the library's silent guardian, recording the chronicles of the lost, recording the chronicles of the gifted. It was here, beneath the arched ceilings, and among the scent of old parchment that a young boy named Eilif arrived, clutching a mysterious compass, its needle spinning in impossible directions. Eilif was desperate for answers. Collette watched as he wandered the aisles, drawn to the shelves where time's secrets lay hidden. When he finally approached, his eyes wide with wonder, his eyes wide with fear, she greeted him not with suspicion, but with warmth. She recognized the compass, an ancient artifact, a key to the corridors between worlds. In that moment, Collette saw a reflection of her younger self, lost, searching, on the brink of a destiny that would change everything. She led Eilif to a secluded alcove where time slowed to a gentle hush. Together, they opened the first page of his story, setting in motion the events that would unite the Time Benders. The compass, once a family heirloom, became a beacon, a symbol of the extraordinary paths that cross within the library's walls. And so, the eldest Time Bender passed on her wisdom, knowing that every new arrival was another thread in the tapestry of the impossible. Rebecca stood at the edge of a forgotten corridor, arms crossed, her brow furrowed in deep thought. The world around her flickered with the strange energy of a fractured timeline, shadows lengthening shadows, shrinking at odd intervals, the air thick with the scent of old parchment and possibility. "Ah, yeah, that's a real conundrum we've got here," she muttered, her voice echoing softly in the stillness. "But don't worry, we'll figure out a way to get back to our own timeline and rejoin the gang." The words hung in the air, half reassurance, half determination. Beside her, a companion, his speech, tangled by the confusion of time travel, offered a hesitant suggestion. Maybe they didn't need to go back at all. Rebecca raised an eyebrow, trying to decipher his broken words. "Hey, what do you mean we don't need to go back? They're our crew. We can't just abandon them." Loyalty flickered in her eyes, fierce and unwavering. Suddenly a pang of worry broke through her resolve. Rebecca glanced around, noticing the absence of a familiar face. That's weird. You're right, where is she?" "She was just here a few minutes ago." The realization sent a ripple of unease through her. She began searching the area more intently, the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders. With every step, the walls seemed to pulse with the secrets of countless ages. Time bent and stretched, and Rebecca's concern deepened. The fate of their friends, and the fate of the timeline itself, now rested on her determination to find Artie and reunite the scattered crew. The journey was no longer just about returning home. It was about holding together the fragile threads of trust, even as the world shifted beneath their feet. Rebecca's footsteps echoed. She paced the warped corridor, her mind racing with unanswered questions. She shot a skeptical glance at her companion. He fumbled with a battered device, a time compass close up its needle, spinning erratically, glowing with a faint, unnatural light. "You think she's in the restroom or something?" "I guess it's possible, but she should have been back by now." Rebecca leaned against a wall, crossing her arms. "Honestly, I have no idea. It's like reality itself just split us apart. It's strange, to say the least. I've never heard of anything like this happening before." He hesitated, holding up the time compass. Its face flickered with symbols neither of them recognized. "It started going wild right before we got separated. 1 second it was steady, the next it was spinning like it had a mind of its own. I tried to follow it, the hallway just kept looping, like time itself was twisting around us." Rebecca's eyes narrowed. She reached out, gently steadying the trembling time compass. "So you're saying this thing is tracking more than just time? Maybe it's picking up on the rift that split us up. A sudden chill swept through the corridor. The walls shimmered, reality rippling as if the world itself was holding its breath. Rebecca tightened her grip on the device, determination settling in her gaze. If your time compass can react to the rift, maybe we can use it to find Artie and everyone else. We just have to trust it'll lead us through the chaos. Without another word, Rebecca and her companion stepped forward, guided only by the erratic pulse of the time compass. As they vanished into the shifting shadows, the corridor behind them faded, swallowed by the uncertainty of fractured time. Their search had become a race against the unravelling world, a journey to reunite their friends, to mend the very fabric of reality itself. In the liminal space between fractured realities, Rebecca's concern for her friends weighed heavy. The corridor's shifting shadows seemed to listen. Her companion's question lingered in the air. So you mean Magria and Nick were dragged through the time compass and might have landed in a different timeline? And you're hoping they've been able to reach Miss Collette? Rebecca nodded, her voice soft but resolute. Of course I do. If they manage to land in the correct timeline and reach Miss Collette, it could mean they're safe and sound. But what about us? We're here in this alternate timeline, and we have no idea how to get back to them. The time compass flickered in her hand, its light pulsing like a heartbeat lost in a storm. Rebecca stared at it, searching for hope in its erratic glow. She pressed her palm to the cold wall, eyes closed, as if willing herself to sense her friends across the divide. Cut to flashes. Nick stumbling through a misty, unfamiliar street, calling out for Magria. Magria, transformed and radiant, swimming beneath moonlit waters in a world that felt both new and impossibly ancient. Miss Collette, her silhouette framed by the golden glow of library lamps, scanning ancient tomes for clues to the rift. Back in the corridor, Rebecca's determination hardened. We can't give up. If the time compass brought us here, maybe it can take us back. We just have to keep moving, keep believing they're out there, searching for us too. A surge of resolve passed between the companions. The corridor seemed to shift, the shadows thinning as if responding to their hope. With one last glance at the spinning compass, Rebecca stepped forward. Let's find our way home, together. Unseen, the pulse of the time compass echoed through the rift, carrying hope. Across timelines and distance, their stories were still connected. Rebecca's footsteps echoed in the endless corridor, the shadows still restless with unanswered questions. Damn, that complicates things. If Nick has your time compass now, that means we're stranded in this timeline without any way to navigate through time. This situation just keeps getting worse and worse. Rebecca paused, studying the flickering compass lens in her palm, its light now faint, as if uncertain of its own purpose. She gave a weary smile, forcing optimism into her voice. Yeah, me too. They're resourceful, and they have Miss Collette to help them. They'll find a way to get back to us. We just have to keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best. Her companion leaned against the shifting wall, concern etched in their posture. Yeah, that's the big if here. But if they do find Miss Collette, and she's able to help them use the time compass, then hopefully they can find a way to return to us. A heavy sigh escaped Rebecca, the gravity of their predicament pressing in. The corridor seemed to narrow, the weight of possibility and doubt settling over them both. For a moment, silence reigned, only the distant ticking of time itself breaking the stillness. Rebecca closed her eyes, letting herself feel both the fear and the hope. We can't give up. Even if the time compass is gone, we still have each other. And maybe that's what we need most right now. Her companion offered a tentative nod, the first spark of hope flickering in their eyes. In the uncertain space between timelines, hope became their compass. And as the corridor shifted once more, Rebecca's resolve shone brighter than the fractured light in her hand. The corridor's shadows lengthened, restless with worry, when hurried footsteps echoed through the silence. Rebecca looked up first, her relief quickly masked by practiced composure. "Hey, Artie, where were you?" We were starting to get worried. Artie appeared, brushing imaginary dust from her jacket. "Just stepped out for a bit. Needed some fresh air." "No biggie." But the mood shifted as Nick, voice tight, interrupted. "Artie, while you were out, things got complicated. The time compass, it's gone." Artie's casual confidence faltered. "Gone? What do you mean gone? And what big things are you talking about?" Rebecca's patience wore thin, her fingers rubbing her temples. Nick had to act fast. "He's got the time compass now, but—" She hesitated, the weight of the truth heavy. He and Miss Collette disappeared. In time. We don't know where or when. Artie's eyes widened, the gravity of the situation dawning on her. "Wait, they disappeared in time? And your time compass is in Nick's possession now? How the hell did that happen?" Rebecca let out a long, frustrated sigh, her annoyance barely contained. "Of course he did. Typical Nick, always acting on impulse." She forced herself to steady her voice, though the uncertainty gnawed at her. "We'll just have to trust they know what they're doing, and that we can hold things together until we find them again." For a moment, the three stood in uneasy silence, the corridor around them flickering with possibilities. Hope, fear, and the growing realization that every decision now rippled across the fragile fabric of time. Above them, the distant ticking grew louder, echoing the urgency of their fractured alliance. And as they gathered their resolve, the corridor shifted once more, leading them toward the next unknown. The corridor pulsed with tension, every tick of the clock echoing Rebecca's whispered doubts. All right. First things first, we need to assess the situation. We're stuck in this timeline without Magria, Nick, or a time compass. We have no way to navigate through time, and we have limited resources." Her words hung in the air, heavy and uncertain. But before the weight of despair could settle, a sudden shimmer fractured the space before them, a swirl of light and shadow, bending reality at its seams. Rebecca's eyes widened as a time portal erupted open, its edges crackling with impossible energy. From the swirling vortex, Nick stumbled out first, looking frazzled but grinning sheepishly. Magria followed, her eyes alight with a mixture of awe and exhaustion, and then Miss Collette, ever composed, even in the face of the extraordinary. "Holy, how the hell did they get back here? And so quickly?" Nick scratched the back of his neck. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to get sucked into the time portal like that." Magria smirked, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. That was one hell of a ride. As the group gathered around, Magria began to recount her harrowing journey. Rebecca listened, her concern deepening with every word. "Wait, you were cursed by Morgana? The sea witch?" Magria's expression darkened, her voice tight. "Yeah, that's right. Morgana found me, and now I've been different ever since." Nick, still apologetic, handed the time compass back to Eilif. "Here's your time compass. Sorry about that. We didn't mean to get sucked away like that." Eilif accepted the device, his eyes kind. "No, it's not your fault. That portal just opened up and pulled you in. There was no way to predict it. I'm just glad you all came back okay." Rebecca's eyebrows shot up in surprise as Eilif corrected Nick's pronoun. "Wait, you're not a her, you're a guy." Eilif chuckled, a gentle smile on his lips. "Yep, I'm definitely a guy. It's the long hair that throws people off. Happens all the time. Rebecca laughed, the tension in the corridor dissolving for a moment. All right, I'll stop. Can't resist messing with you a little, you know that. As the laughter faded, all eyes turned to Miss Collette, their guide through time and mystery, waiting for her to share what she knew about the rift, the curse, and the dangers still lurking just beyond the corridor's flickering light. As the laughter and relief faded in the corridor, a hush settled over the group. Rebecca's curiosity got the better of her. So, you just happened upon a time compass in an old antique store, and the person who sold it to you mysteriously disappeared. That's quite the introduction to time bending. Miss Colette's eyes glimmered. After I bought the time compass, the entire store and building just vanished. It was as if they were never there to begin with. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Rebecca pressed on. Wait, you're saying the entire store and building vanished right after you bought the time compass? It just disappeared without a trace? Miss Collette nodded. Exactly. I tried to go back, but there was nothing, no address, no records, no one in the city who remembered it ever being there. A ripple of unease. Rebecca leaned forward. Did you hear a name? Anyone connected to the shop? Anything that might help us understand who or what was behind it? Miss Collette paused. There was a name. Orion. I remember hearing it, but it's always just out of reach. I've never been able to find anyone by that name since. Eilif looked up. Orion. That name's been whispered in my family for generations. They say Orion was a legendary time bender, someone with power beyond anything we can imagine. The corridor darkened, lights flickering. Artie spoke. If Orion is real, why would he disappear? Why hide from the world if he's that powerful? Magria added. Maybe he's watching. Maybe he only appears when the world needs him most, or when time itself begins to unravel. Miss Colette's gaze turned inward. If Orion is the highest time bender, then I'm only a shadow in his wake. I have power, yes, but not like his. Not enough to bend the rules of reality itself. Rebecca nodded. So, if he's out there, what does that mean for us? Are we just pieces on his board, or do we write our own destinies? No one had an answer. The ancient corridor felt smaller as silence stretched. Somewhere in the archive, the legend of Orion lingered, waiting, watching, guiding their next steps. As the legend of Orion lingered in the silent corridor, Rebecca's mind raced with questions. She turned to Nick, her curiosity piqued. When you held Eilif's time compass, did anything unusual happen? Did you feel anything strange, like a hint of time bending? Nick hesitated, searching his memory. Now that you mention it, there was something odd. I felt this weird energy, almost like time itself was flowing through me. It's hard to describe, but it was definitely real. The group exchanged thoughtful glances. Rebecca leaned in, her voice gentle but insistent. That could be significant. Sometimes latent abilities only surface in the right moment, with the right artifact. Eilif nodded, thoughtful. The time compass is more than a tool. It resonates with those who have the potential. If you felt its power, Nick, it may mean there's more to you than you realize. A subtle electricity seemed to fill the corridor, as if the walls themselves were listening. Nick looked down at his hands. Uncertainty. Wonder. Rebecca smiled, encouragement in her tone. We're all discovering our strengths. Maybe your connection to time is just beginning. Whatever comes next, we face it together. The moment hung in the air, quiet, but brimming with possibility. In that hush between legends and destinies, a new chapter was quietly beginning. The corridor shimmered with quiet anticipation. Rebecca held a slip of paper. Close up, the slip reads, "The Time Benders United." For a moment, the world seemed to pause, time itself holding its breath. The group gathered in a loose circle. Pride, hope, a touch of nervous excitement. Rebecca smiled, her voice soft but resolute. From this moment on, we're more than just travellers, survivors. We're the Time Benders United. No matter what rifts or shadows lie ahead, rifts, shadows, we face them as one. Artie grinned, raising an imaginary glass in a playful toast. To new beginnings, and to bending time in all the best ways. Nick laughed, the tension easing from his shoulders. Let's just hope we don't bend it so far we break it. Magria, her mermaid form shimmering with the last traces of magic. She offered a gentle nod. Wherever the currents of time take us, we'll find our way together. Miss Collette stepped forward, producing an old silver locket from her pocket. She opened it, revealing a tiny hourglass within. "A token for our legacy," she said, placing it in the center of the circle. "Let this be our promise to protect each other and the story of time itself." In that quiet, candlelit moment, each member placed a hand over the locket, some hands trembling, others steady, all united. The corridor filled with a soft, golden glow, as though the very fabric of time was blessing their pact. As their hands parted, a sense of belonging settled over the group. They were no longer lost souls drifting through the ages. They were a family, bound by purpose and possibility. Rebecca's eyes sparkled with determination. "Let's write our own legend, the Time Benders United. Our story begins now." The group's laughter echoed through the ancient halls. Whispers of history mingled as their new legacy took root in the tapestry of time. Far from the library's candlelit corridors and the echoes of ancient footsteps, another extraordinary story unfolded beneath the blazing African sun. Magria's world was a tapestry of golden savannas, emerald jungles, but her days were often clouded by the harshness of those around her. Born with eyes the colour of stormy seas and hair that shimmered like moonlight, Magria was different, and difference in her village drew whispers and cruel laughter. Every day Magria endured the sting of words sharper than any thorn. She sought solace in the wild, where the trees did not judge and the river's song drowned out her sorrow. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of indigo and fire, Magria fled deeper into the forest than ever before. Guided by an unexplainable pull, she stumbled upon a hidden grotto veiled in mist and ancient magic. The air sparkled with the whispers of forgotten spirits. In the heart of the grotto, a pool shimmered with light not of this world. Drawn by curiosity and hope, Magria knelt at the water's edge. There, her tears mingled with the enchanted spring, and the water began to glow, swirling with colours she had never seen. A voice, gentle as a lullaby, beckoned her to let go of her pain. As Magria submerged her hands, a transformation began. Scales of sapphire and jade blossomed along her skin. Her legs fused and reshaped, and her breath grew easy in the cool, enchanted depths. She had become a mermaid, her sorrow washed away and replaced by wonder. In the embrace of the mystical waters, Magria found belonging at last. The forest and the river were no longer places of escape, but realms of her own. Her laughter joined the song of the currents, and the world, for the first time, felt like home. Magria's journey from shadows to the deep would soon echo across the pages of the library, another chronicle of courage and transformation, proof that even the most unlikely hearts can become legends. Beneath the neon glow of city lights, another extraordinary tale was quietly unfolding. Rebecca was a teenager who never quite fit in. Her eyes seemed to change colour with her mood. Her reflection sometimes flickered with faces not her own. She guarded her secret closely. She was a shapeshifter, born to a legacy she barely understood. Every day at school was a delicate dance, hiding her shifting features and the instincts that set her apart. Nights were spent poring over old family photos and faded letters, clues left behind by a mother she barely remembered. The ache of her absence was a constant companion, fueling Rebecca's search for answers. One stormy evening, a letter arrived, an invitation written in a script she recognized from her childhood. The words shimmered with enchantment, guiding her to an abandoned train station at the city's edge. There, in the hush of midnight, she was met by a group of strangers who seemed eerily familiar. Their eyes glinted with the same secret magic. Among them was her mother, older but unmistakable. The reunion was a swirl of tears and laughter as Rebecca's questions tumbled out with every heartbeat. Her mother explained the truth. Their family was part of an ancient line of shapeshifters, protectors of hidden worlds, keepers of forgotten lore. In the weeks that followed, Rebecca trained with her newfound kin. She learned to master her shifting forms, soaring as a hawk above city rooftops, darting as a fox through moonlit alleys, standing tall as her truest self. For the first time, she felt the power of belonging, the strength in her bloodline, the love of her family reunited. Rebecca's journey had begun in loneliness, but now, with every transformation, she wrote a new chapter, one of courage, discovery, and the unbreakable bond between mother and daughter. In the chronicles of the Time Benders, her legend had only just begun. In the quiet suburbia where secrets rarely whispered, Nick always sensed he was different. His teenage years were marked by oddities. Flowers bloomed in his footsteps. Clocks seemed to falter when he daydreamed. He sometimes swore he heard the gentle hum of ancient wings, but his parents brushed off every strange occurrence, insisting he was simply imaginative, fragile in a world too ordinary. Everything changed one evening when Nick stumbled upon a hidden compartment in his father's old desk. Inside, a faded photograph of a glowing forest, and a pendant shaped like a tiny hourglass. The moment he touched it, memories not his own flickered behind his eyes, soaring through moonlit groves, laughter echoing in a language he'd never spoken, the sensation of time itself bending at his will. Confronting his parents, Nick demanded the truth. With heavy hearts they revealed the family's greatest secret. His mother, a fairy from a forgotten realm. His father, descended from the legendary Time Benders. Nick was the bridge between worlds, heir to magic and guardianship of time itself. His powers, dormant but awakening, were the hope of both lineages. Suddenly, the oddities of his youth made sense. Minutes stretched when he wished for more. His touch revived wilting leaves. He could sense the pulse of ancient magic beneath his skin. Guided by his parents, Nick began to train, learning to harness his fairy gifts and the delicate art of weaving moments together. As Nick soared through secret gardens and practiced halting time with a whisper, he finally understood his difference was his destiny. In the chronicles of the extraordinary, Nick's story shimmered, a tale of hidden heritage, newfound courage, and the timeless magic that binds every time bender to the world's secret wonders. The sun blazes over the dusty horizon. Magria rides into town. Rebecca rides into town. Nick rides into town. Eilif rides into town. A western town unlike any they've seen before. Wooden storefronts creak in the wind. Townsfolk eye the newcomers with curious glances, but beneath the town's rustic charm, magic pulses, subtle, waiting to be discovered. Their purpose is twofold: to seek answers about the mysterious disruptions in time, and to find the legendary Artie, a ninja witch rumoured to guard powerful secrets. As dusk settles, the group's search leads them to a shadowy alley. A flash of silver and a swirl of midnight blue fabric reveals Artie herself. With a mischievous grin, she challenges them to a magical duel, not of might, but of wit and teamwork. Meanwhile, memories of Miss Collette's own journey flicker back. Years earlier, she travelled across galaxies to a distant, vibrant planet. It was there she found Lily, an orphaned child with a spark of magic in her eyes. Collette adopted Lily, and together they returned to Earth. Lily soon befriended Tiny, a quick-witted sprite, and Tom, a gentle giant with a knack for inventions. As fate weaves their stories together, Lily arrives in the western town, Tiny arrives in the western town, Tom arrives in the western town. Their reunion with Magria and the others is joyous but short-lived. A hidden force in the town stirs, threatening to unravel both time and reality. Challenges arise at every turn. Enchanted tumbleweeds block their path. Riddles appear on saloon doors. A mysterious clock tower chimes out of sync with the world. Yet, with Artie's guidance, the group learns to combine their unique gifts. Nick bends moments to grant the team precious seconds. Lily's laughter revives hope. Tom's gadgets reveal hidden passages beneath the town. As the stars emerge, the friends gather around a flickering campfire, sharing stories and forging bonds deeper than magic itself. In this western adventure, new mysteries surface, but so do new friendships. Together they are unstoppable, ready to face whatever wonders and dangers the chronicles of the extraordinary will bring next. As the embers of the campfire glow, a new tale is whispered on the night breeze far from the western town in a moonlit forest. Morgana the enchantress weaves forbidden magic, conjures a being unlike any other, Xena, a slime-type shifter. Born of shadow, born of light, Xena's first memories, cool darkness, gentle whispers, her form ever shifting, searching for meaning. Morgana abandons her, Miranda cares for her, stern but kind. Xena senses she is not alone. A mysterious sibling appears as a silhouette, a second sibling silhouette. Their names are lost in the mists of magic. A deeper secret waits. In the Dragon King's lair, Marcus mourns a betrayal. His scales shimmer like molten gold. Morgana stole a powerful pearl. She vanished with secrets untold. One night Marcus learns the truth. Xena is his daughter. The revelation shatters him. Marcus never knew of Xena or her lost siblings until destiny brings them together. Magic swirls as father and daughter unite for the first time. Marcus reveals her heritage. Dormant power awakens within Xena. She is royalty, a bridge between worlds, destined to shape the future of dragons, destined to shape the future of magic kind. As dawn breaks over the western town, Xena arrives, her presence luminous, her purpose clear. The team welcomes her, sensing the ancient magic that now flows through their ranks. Together they are stronger than ever before, ready to face the next chapter of the extraordinary. Beneath the crashing waves and swirling tides, a secret as old as the ocean itself lies hidden. Miranda, the sea witch, is more than just a guardian of the deep. She is Morgana's twin, born together under a blood moon. Their destinies have always been intertwined by magic rivalry secrets that could shake the realms. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient underwater grotto, Miranda traces shimmering runes on a stone altar. Her eyes, mirroring the turbulent sea, betray a mix of longing and resentment. Flashbacks ripple through the water. Two sisters inseparable in their youth, their laughter echoing through coral palaces. But as their powers grew, so did their differences. Morgana, drawn to forbidden spells. Shadowy bargains. Miranda, a protector bound to the ocean's will. Their paths split when Morgana vanished with the Dragon King's pearl. Miranda left with a burden of guilt and a promise unfulfilled. Hidden from the world, the twins forged a secret pact to protect the balance of magic, no matter the personal cost. The pact's magic glows faintly on Miranda's wrist, a matching mark she shares with her estranged sister. Now, with Zena's arrival and the Dragon King's revelation, Miranda senses the tides of fate shifting. She gazes into a swirling scrying pool, glimpsing Morgana's silhouette on a distant shore. Old wounds ache, but a glimmer of hope stirs. Perhaps through Zena, the twins might find redemption or risk, plunging both sea and shadow into chaos. As the scene fades, a question lingers in the salt-tinged air. Can the bond of sisterhood overcome even the darkest of secrets? Far above the crashing waves and ancient secrets, a different kind of magic shimmers in the night sky. On a distant world, bathed in violet light, Zara watches Astra Astra prepares for a journey that will entwine her fate with the realms below. Zara, a radiant figure of celestial wisdom, shares a gentle farewell, eyes reflecting pride and sorrow. Victor, steadfast and strong, offers a protective embrace, knowing Astra's destiny stretches far beyond their world. Astra's ship pierces the atmosphere, trailing cosmic dust as she lands on unfamiliar soil, her heart pounding with hope and uncertainty. She is not alone. Waiting in the shadows is Alex Chase, a young man searching for his identity. Stolen as a newborn, he has no memory of his true parents, Lady Evelyn Lord Silas Blackwood. Unbeknownst to him, they are also the parents of Morgana Miranda, the twin sea witches whose choices have shaped the tides of magic. Their meeting is electric, Astra's starborn light mingling with the mysteries in Alex's eyes. Drawn together by fate and secrets, they discover a bond that transcends worlds. In a quiet grove under starlit branches, Astra and Alex pledge themselves to one another, forging a union that bridges the celestial and the magical. Their vows send ripples through the realms, a promise of hope healing new beginnings. As they clasp hands, Astra's parents look on from afar, their hearts full. Meanwhile, in the shadowy halls of the Blackwood estate, Lady Evelyn and Lord Silas sense a change in the air. A missing son returned, and the possibility of family restored. But as destinies collide, old wounds and ancient pacts threaten to unravel. The union of Astra and Alex may be the key to healing the rifts between worlds, or the spark that ignites a new conflict. The stars themselves seem to hold their breath as the next chapter unfolds. As the starlit vows echo through the realms, shadows begin to stir in the quiet corners of the world. Far from the celebrations, Zara's light is abruptly snuffed out, captured by the enigmatic Marcus, a master of dark enchantments. Bound by enchanted chains, Zara finds herself in a cold stone cell deep within the heart of an ancient fortress, her celestial power suppressed by a cruel curse. In the dimness, Zara is not alone. Across the cell, a figure moves, Nick, a prisoner with sharp eyes and quiet strength. Nick, a rogue with a mysterious past. Despite his own burdens, Nick senses Zara's anguish and recognizes the spark of hope she still carries. Their whispered conversations become a lifeline. Nick, skilled in escape and subterfuge, hatches a daring plan. As Marcus grows careless, believing his captives defeated, Nick seizes the chance. He breaks their chains using a hidden shard of starlight Zara conjures in a fleeting moment of clarity. He breaks their chains. Together they slip through labyrinthine corridors, dodging guards' magical traps. At the threshold of freedom, Zara's curse threatens to overwhelm her, sapping her strength. Nick refuses to leave her behind, carrying her through the final gate just as Marcus's wrath descends. Outside, the dawn breaks and with it the curse shatters, Zara's light blazing once more. Meanwhile, in a quiet glade beyond the fortress, Alex chase Astra meet in secret, their love a beacon in the darkness. Unbeknownst to them, the rescue of Zara and the breaking of her curse will soon intertwine with their own destinies, leading to a union that will reshape the fate of worlds. As Zara and Nick disappear into the morning mist, hope flickers anew. The chains of fate have been broken, but the true battle for unity and for love has only just begun. As the morning sun rises, Zara and Nick escape far across shifting lands. Other stories unfold. In the enchanted depths of the mistwood, Miranda Morgana, walking a delicate line, their long-time friendship with Evner and Belada is suddenly strained. Whispers of jealousy swirl. Like restless tides, Evner envies Morgana's command over the ocean's secrets. Belada's melodious spells seem to outshine Miranda's subtle charms. The tension simmers beneath the surface, sparking quiet arguments and moments of cold distance. Yet, in the heart of the forest, a challenge arises, a magical riddle that only their combined gifts can solve. Miranda's subtle charms, Morgana's ocean secrets, Evner's tempest, Belada's melody forced. To work together, the four witches confront their insecurities and learn to appreciate the strengths. Each brings laughter, replaces suspicion. The bonds of sisterhood are renewed, stronger than before. But not all encounters are so harmonious. Deep within the shadowed marshlands, Morgana strays from the group, lured by a whisper on the wind. There she meets Hercha, the demon witch, her eyes burning with mischief and secrets. Untold, their conversation crackles with danger and curiosity. Hercha hints at ancient pacts and the power of embracing one's darker side. Morgana is left unsettled, her loyalties torn between her friends and the promise of forbidden magic elsewhere. Fate weaves its threads anew. As Nick and Zara recover from their ordeal, Nick's path crosses with Hercha herself. The demon witch studies him with a knowing smile, sensing the scars of captivity and the fire of resilience within him. Their meeting is brief, but it leaves Nick with a cryptic warning: not all chains are broken by light alone. As friendships are tested and new rivalries take root, the stage is set for unexpected alliances and the rise of challenges yet unseen. The journey of the Time Benders is far from over, and every heart, whether shadowed or shining, will play its part in shaping what comes next. Beneath the jagged spires of the Dragon King's fortress, storm clouds and wind, a new tale, courage and cunning unfolds. Prince Oceanus, heir to the tide-born throne, languishes in a dungeon carved from ancient stone. His magic is dampened by enchanted shackles, and hope flickers like a candle in the stormy dark. But in the heart of Marcus's laboratory, arcane devices hum, and strange potions bubble. A mysterious new professor has arrived. Her name is Artie, and few notice the glint of determination in her eyes, or the way she moves with quiet purpose. Under the guise of a scholar, she studies the king's secrets by day, and by night she searches for the prince. One evening, as thunder rattles the fortress and guards doze at their posts, Artie slips through hidden corridors, her disguise flawless. She finds Oceanus weak but unbroken, and reveals her true identity, a trusted ally of the Time Benders, master of illusions and master of codes. Together they hatch a daring escape. Artie conjures a shadowy double to distract the guards, while Oceanus draws on the last of his water magic to dissolve his chains. The halls echo with alarms, but Artie's quick thinking and Oceanus's resolve carry them through twisting passages and into the open night. As they vanish into the mist, a new alliance is forged, trust, bravery, and the promise to return stronger. Unbeknownst to them, Dragon King Marcus watches from his tower, a cold smile on his lips. He knows the game has changed, and the ripples of this rescue will reach far beyond his fortress walls. In the tapestry of destinies, every thread is vital, and tonight, 2 more heroes step boldly into the unknown. As dawn breaks over the recovering fortress, the Time Benders regroup, battle-worn but undaunted. The air shimmers with new possibility. Suddenly, a radiant figure descends from the clouds. Orion, the legendary angelic superhero, his wings aglow with celestial light. With a kind, commanding presence, Orion offers his aid, revealing ancient knowledge of the elusive time compass, a device scattered across realms, its pieces hidden by fate itself. From the twilight shadows, another figure emerges. Selene, a being woven from silver gold, glides silently among the group. Feared by many for her spectral appearance, her gentle actions speak louder than words. She senses the group's uncertainty, and with a touch, she heals a wounded comrade, earning cautious trust. Meanwhile, in the whispering woods, Jesper, a fawn spiraling horns, deep, thoughtful eyes, approaches. His gift is rare. With a single touch, he glimpses the threads of destiny. Jesper offers his foresight, guiding the Time Benders toward the first fragment of the time compass, hidden beneath an ancient willow. Orion's courage, Selene's silent kindness, Jesper's psychic wisdom join the journey. The group, once fractured, now moves as one. Hope is rekindled, the path ahead illuminated by newfound friendship. The quest for the time compass truly begins. But far away, unseen eyes watch. The stakes are higher, the shadows deepen. Yet, for the first time, the Time Benders are not alone. Beneath a sky veiled in twilight, we journey far from the Time Benders' newfound camaraderie to a secluded manor shrouded in mist, the ancestral estate of the Blackwood family. Inside, ancient tapestries whisper untold stories, candlelight flickers against marble halls. Here, Lyra Blackwood, daughter of Lady Evelyn and Lord Silas, stands at her window, gazing into the unknown. Lyra's world is one of shadows and secrets. Her parents, enigmatic and rarely seen, have sheltered her from the chaos that churns beyond their estate. Yet Lyra's heart aches with curiosity, a longing to understand the powers pulsing quietly within her veins. She traces her fingers over a locket, a relic from her mother, rumoured to contain a fragment of the Blackwood legacy. As thunder rumbles in the distance, Lyra's magic stirs. She senses a shift, a ripple in time, an echo of the Time Benders' quest. In her dreams, mysterious voices call her name, urging her to discover her true purpose. For now, Lyra remains hidden from the world, her destiny entwined with secrets. But as shadows lengthen, the race for the time compass accelerates. The world may soon need the Blackwood heiress. Her story is only beginning. Unbeknownst to the others, Lyra's choices may tip the balance between hope and darkness. The next chapter awaits her step into the light. Deep in the heart of the whispering forest, where the trees lean in close to gossip with the wind, a new chapter unfolds, brimming with wonder, strangeness, and a touch of danger. Here, the air shimmers with possibility, and the shadows are alive with secrets. Barnaby, the sweet rabbit child collector, pads softly along a mossy path. His ears twitch with every creak and sigh of the woods. His gentle eyes are ever watchful for lost souls. Barnaby's mission is pure, to gather the oddlings, children whose peculiar gifts set them apart. He hums a lullaby as he skips. His pockets hold peppermint candies. Tiny keys jingle in his pocket. The first he finds is little Timmy, whose wild mind brings his thoughts into the world, each hope, each fear swirling into tangible shapes. Timmy's daydreams become glowing butterflies. His worries, small storm clouds that rain confetti. In the dappled light, Penelope sits weeping beneath a willow. Her tears fall as sparkling rain glitter, making the grass beneath her shimmer like a fairy's cloak. Bethlehemju Jr. joins her, his beard full and bushy despite his tender years, tangled with daisies and secrets. Esmeralda stands nearby, her words always twisting into riddles. She greets Barnaby with a grin. What walks on hope and dances on dreams, but never leaves a shadow? Barnaby just smiles and bows. Above them, Kevin floats, arms outstretched, as if embracing the sky. Lily Lyle the twins spin in perfect synchrony, their feet barely touching the ground. Barnaby guides his gathering oddlings to the edge of the lake of silence, its glassy surface disturbed only by the elegant glide of swans. Lyra Blackwood's presence lingers, a silent queen ruling from the shadows, her gaze both gentle and unyielding. The lake holds a secret those who linger too long risk, being turned to stone, captured forever in silent reflection. The children pause, awed and uneasy, as the swans circle, a warning and a welcome. Barnaby whispers comfort, his voice weaving through the hush. The oddlings know they are different, but together they are strong. The whispering forest, the lake of silence, the oddlings' strange gifts, are now entwined with Lyra's fate, and the Time Benders' quest. As the moon rises, the forest hums with anticipation. The world of magic is growing, and its heroes, odd, wild, and wondrous, are gathering. The journey is far from over. Beyond the hush of the lake of silence, where moonlight clings to every leaf, the air ripples with a presence not of earth. In a clearing, shadows twist and shimmer, heralding the arrival of the Ilmju. They do not need food or water. Instead, they feast on what humans hold most dear: status, betrayal, fear, sorrow. First to emerge is Cylon, the father, tall, angular, his eyes reflecting galaxies. His voice thrums with ancient hunger. Beside him glides Araxua, the mother, her form ever shifting. She tastes the air, hunting for the scent of secrets. Sefer, the eldest daughter, moves like a shadow within a shadow. Her fingers twitch, drawn to anything unguarded. She is a kleptomaniac of hearts and hopes, stealing not trinkets, but the very sense of belonging. Lysa, the youngest, seems almost innocent. Her eyes are wide, her laughter bright and brittle. But what she craves is the pain of betrayal, the raw ache of a friend's lie or a lover's doubt. The Ilmju do not feed as others do. Instead, they draw close, savouring the ripples of fear, the tremor of status lost. Each stolen emotion is a banquet, every tear a delicacy. As Barnaby and his oddlings watch from the safety of the trees, Lyra Blackwood steps forward. Her voice, steady and unwavering, cuts through the tension. The forest holds its breath. New alliances may form, but the price of trust has never been higher. The Ilmju have arrived, and with them the rules of the game have changed. Beneath the shimmering surface of the lake of silence, where the moon's reflection breaks into 1,000 secrets, a legend is whispered among the reeds. The tale of Ferdinand. Unlike the merfolk or the sea witches, Ferdinand was born wholly human, yet with a gift. He could breathe underwater, but there was one thing he cherished above all else: his perfectly styled hair, never once touched by the lake's embrace. On this fateful night, as the Ilmju's arrival ripples fear through the forest, Ferdinand lingers by the shore, carefully smoothing his locks, watching the moonlight play. Suddenly, the water stirs, a gentle tug, then a stronger pull. Silvery hands, delicate yet determined, break the surface. With a gasp, Ferdinand finds himself drawn beneath the waves, his protest bubbling away. Down in the sapphire twilight, he meets Morena, her hair a cascade of living kelp eyes shimmering with secrets. Beside her, Miriel and Soraya circle, laughter echoing like bells through the water. Their reason for pulling Ferdinand below is curious. They seek the secret behind his unsinkable hairstyle, convinced it holds the power to shield them from the Ilmju's emotional feasting. Morena's voice is gentle but firm. You do not belong to the land or the sea, Ferdinand, but tonight you must choose. Share your secret or face the currents alone. Ferdinand, his heart pounding as much for his hair as his life, realizes this is more than vanity. The mermaid's trust is rare, and their need is real. With a sigh, he reveals his secret, courage, hope, and a pinch of sea moss gel. The mermaids, delighted, weave his ritual into their own, their laughter bubbling up through the lake, a new alliance forged beneath the waves. As Ferdinand surfaces, hair only slightly askew, the moonlight catches his smile. He has found a strange kinship, and perhaps a new reason to risk getting his hair wet after all. Beneath the lake, secrets swirl, and above it, the world edges ever closer to change. As the ripples of Ferdinand's alliance drift through the night, a hush falls over the moonlit glade. High above the lake of silence, two figures descend on wings spun from starlight and wings spun from hope. Celeste, the angel of compassion, radiates a gentle warmth, her presence soothing even the wildest of midnight storms. Beside her glides Uriel, the boy angel, his eyes aglow with the wisdom of ages and the curiosity of youth. Below, nestled beneath ancient willows, children gather, drawn by the promise of dreams and the comfort of unseen guardians. Among them is Oliver, a child with a bottomless stomach who devours cakes and sweets until, pop, he bursts into a shower of giggles and sparkles, only to reappear whole and hungry as ever. Beside him sits Barthelemy Jr., stroking a magnificent beard that grows longer with every wish. But as the beard flourishes, his head becomes comically bald, a trade he accepts with a mischievous grin. Into this gathering trots Domenic the donkey, his eyes swirling with hypnotic spirals. With a gentle bray and a swish of his tail, Domenic enchants the children, their eyelids fluttering as they drift into a world of dreams. In dreamland, Oliver floats among clouds of marshmallow, and Barthelemy Jr.'s beard weaves through fields of stardust. Celeste's voice, soft as a lullaby, reassures the sleeping children. You are powerful, even in your dreams. But remember, true strength is found in kindness. Uriel, ever watchful, gently fans their dreams, keeping nightmares at bay. As the children slumber, their laughter echoing through the dreamscape, Celeste and Uriel share a knowing glance. The world above may tremble with uncertainty, but here, where dreams are safe and compassion reigns, a new hope is born. And so, on the edge of waking and wonder, the children rest, guardians at their side, ready to face whatever dawn may bring. As the children drift deeper into slumber, the gentle glow of Celeste's wings flickers. The dreamscape, once a haven of marshmallow cloud stardust fields, begins to shimmer and twist. Shadows lengthen, swirling beneath the children's feet, as if the dreams themselves are holding their breath. From the edge of the dream world, dark figures emerge, the dream demons. Their forms are ever shifting, a tangle of smoky limbs, eyes gleaming with mischief and ancient hunger. They slip between the children's dreams, whispering doubts and weaving nightmares of falling, being lost, forgotten. Oliver clutches a marshmallow cloud, his laughter fading. Barthelemy Jr.'s beard tangles into thorny vines. Sensing the disturbance, Celeste steps forward, her presence a beacon of radiant calm. With a wave of her hand she enters the children's dreams, her voice echoing in the swirling mists. Fear not, little ones. Even in darkness your light remains. Suddenly the dreamscape shifts again. From a throne carved of moonstone and midnight, Morpheus, the king of dreamland, rises. His eyes are deep pools of mystery, his cloak woven from the fabric of every dream ever dreamed. Morpheus regards Celeste with a knowing smile. Welcome, angel of compassion. In this world, dreams and reality are closer than you think. The fears of children shape the night, but so too does their hope. With Morpheus's guidance, Celeste gathers the children, teaching them to reshape their nightmares. Oliver's falling dream transforms into soaring flight. Bark-Kylemir's Djur's thorny beard blooms into a garland of glowing flowers. Together they confront the dream demons, who, faced with laughter and kindness, begin to shrink and fade, dissolving into harmless wisps. As the boundaries between dream and waking blur, the children awaken with newfound courage. For in the presence of Celeste and Morpheus, they have learned, even in the wildest night, hope and imagination can turn shadows into light. The dreamscape fades, but its magic lingers, reminding the children and all who watch that the bravest hearts shine brightest in the darkest hours. The world spins in a dizzying blur. Suddenly the Time Benders find themselves standing in the blistering sunlight of a bustling ancient city, cobblestone streets alive with merchants' elephants, the air thick with incense, the clang of distant temple bells. Their modern clothes, so ordinary mere moments ago, now draw gasps and frightened whispers from the crowd. Children hide behind their mothers. Shopkeepers drop their wares, eyes wide with disbelief. Before anyone can react, the thunder of hooves silences the chaos. A regal figure rides forward, golden armor, close-up white stallion, close-up King Vikramaditya, legendary ruler and judge of wisdom. His piercing gaze sweeps over the bewildered group. Who dares disturb the order of my kingdom with such strange garb? He demands, his voice both commanding and curious. The king's soldiers, spears gleaming, form a tight circle. None can speak. The shock of time travel has left them breathless. The soldiers exchange uneasy glances, muttering about sorcery and foreign invaders. Without further warning, the group is seized and marched through the crowded streets. Locals press in, craning for a glimpse of the strangers who have upset the balance of their world. Soon, the Time Benders are thrown into a cavernous, barred room deep within the palace walls. The clang of the heavy door echoes ominously. Shadows flicker across their anxious faces as they huddle together, listening to the guards' muffled threats outside. The air is thick with tension and the unknown. As the sun sets beyond the palace towers, the group realizes the gravity of their predicament. They are out of place, out of time, and their fate rests in the hands of a king who values justice above all. Will their strange appearance mark them as foes, or can they convince King Vikramaditya of their true purpose before dawn breaks? The fourth level of the dungeon feels like a world forgotten by time. Ancient tower ruins rise in broken silhouettes, their mossy stones reflected in pools of bright blue water. The Time Benders move cautiously, the air thick with mystery, and the memory of the king's judgment still fresh in their minds. Suddenly, a haunting melody drifts through the cavernous space. The song is strange, its words unfamiliar, yet the tune is impossibly beautiful. It echoes off the stone pillars, weaving through shadow and water like a living thing. The group pauses, hearts pounding, as the music tugs at their thoughts and draws them toward the glowing pools. A silvery figure emerges beneath the water's surface, a mermaid, her scales shimmering turquoise and gold in the filtered light. Her eyes are ancient, wise, and filled with warning. The song grows louder, wrapping around the time benders like velvet chains. Some feel comforted, others sense a danger hidden within the melody's depths. Artie, sensing the magic at play, presses her hands over her ears. "Don't listen," she whispers urgently. But curiosity and enchantment are powerful forces. One by one, the group edges closer to the water's edge, mesmerized by the siren's call. Just as the first toe breaks the surface, a ripple of magic pulses through the chamber. The mermaid's song shifts, its beauty now edged with sorrow. "Beware what you seek in these waters," her voice echoes, both a warning and a plea. Not all who listen return unchanged. With a final haunting note, the mermaid disappears beneath the surface, leaving only silence and the memory of her song. The time benders stand at the edge, shaken but wiser. In the labyrinth of time, some doors are opened by courage, others by curiosity. But every choice leaves its mark. The group gathers themselves, the ruins and water behind them, and presses on, knowing now that even beauty can be a trap, and every legend holds a lesson. As the echoes of the mermaid's warning fade, the chamber grows still, but the song is not yet over soft and sweet. The melody rises again, more distant, yet even more alluring. The water shimmers, light dancing across the ancient stones. Curiosity tugs at your heart with irresistible force. You find yourself stepping closer, the world narrowing to the haunting beauty of the siren's voice beneath the surface. The mermaid glides, gracefully weaving between toppled pillars, tangled roots. Her tail flashes turquoise gold, sending ripples of light through the ruins. She seems unaware of your presence, lost in her song. The melody soothes your fears, wrapping you in gentle warmth. For a moment, all danger is forgotten. The pain of the past, the weight of your quest, everything melts away. You kneel at the water's edge, breathless watching as the mermaid twists, turns her hair, fanning out like a living veil. In her eyes you glimpse ancient sorrow, a deep unspoken longing. The song changes, growing softer, more intimate. It feels as if she's calling out to someone. She's lost her voice, a bridge between worlds. The spell is nearly complete. Your hand hovers above the water, drawn to the siren's world. Just beyond reach your reflection meets hers. A sudden chill breaks the trance. The mermaid pauses, her gaze locking with yours. Understanding passes between you, a silent warning wrapped in song. You pull back, heart pounding, the music fading into silence. The mermaid disappears, leaving only ripples and the echo of her longing. You rise, changed by what you've seen and heard, the memory of the siren's secret lingering as you rejoin the time benders. Some mysteries are meant to be witnessed, not solved. In the depths beneath the ruins, beauty, danger forever entwine. A ripple disturbs the water's surface. The mermaid has noticed you. She glides closer, the silver blue of her tail casting shimmering light onto the ancient stones. Her face is only inches from yours now, curiosity flickering in her deep sea-green eyes. You feel the cool brush of her fin against your arm. She speaks, her voice low and melodic, resonating with power. "What kind of fairy are you? My song should have drawn you under, yet you resist. That's quite unusual." Her eyes narrow, studying you as if searching for secrets hidden beneath your skin. "You have resistance to my melody. Very interesting." The chamber seems to hold its breath as she circles you, her presence commanding yet not unkind. Finally, she introduces herself. "I am Magria, guardian of these forgotten halls. Few mortals, few fae wander here without purpose. Tell me, What is your name, and why have you come to the depths beneath the ruins? Your heart pounds as you answer, your voice echoing softly against the stone. You sense this is no idle conversation, but a test, a moment where trust may be forged or lost forever. Magria listens intently, her expression unreadable, then nods as if satisfied for now. You carry a burden, fairy, and a power even you may not fully understand. Walk carefully, for the water remembers, and so do I. With a final searching look, Magria slips beneath the surface, leaving you with more questions than answers. The encounter lingers like a song unfinished, a promise that your paths will cross again. As you step back from the water's edge, you realize the dungeon holds not only danger but allies, if you can earn their trust. The ripples settle, steady your breath, Magria's gaze, piercing, uncertain, gathering courage. I know Artie. We travelled together. He spoke of the guardian in the depths, of your kindness and your curse. For a heartbeat, Magria's suspicion flickers, then softens. Her lips curve into a gentle smile. She circles you, tail-weaving silver ribbons. A friend of Artie, that changes everything. She dips below the surface, emerging beside you with playful ease. Artie was the first to treat me as more than a tale to fear. If you are with him, I suppose I should be more friendly. Her quiet laughter echoes, chasing away the shadows. Magria listens as you share stories. Artie's daring laughter around midnight fires, hope carried across strange lands. With each word her loneliness ebbs, replaced by a fragile hope. I wondered if he would ever return, or if I'd be left to sing to empty halls forever, she admits. For a moment, you see the weight of her solitude, and the spark of friendship reawakened. Tell Artie I remember him, and if you or your friends need safe passage, you have it. The depths are not always kind, but perhaps, sometimes, they can be gentle. As she slips away, her song changes, a melody of welcome. You step back onto ancient stones. Heart lighter, you have gained not just an ally, but a friend who guards the secrets of the deep. In the half-light beneath the tangled roots, Miranda pauses, her silhouette framed by the shimmer of distant magic. Suddenly, hushed voices approach, urgency threading every word. Are you Miranda? One asks, wary yet desperate. Her eyes narrow, searching their faces for hidden motives. I am, she answers, voice steady. And yes, Morgana is my sister, though our paths diverged long ago. The questioners press closer, anxiety mounting. A friend has been taken, captured by forces in the deep. We need your help, please. Do you know anything? Miranda's concern flares, eclipsing old resentments. Who? She demands, heart pounding. Who is missing? Where have they been taken? The name is whispered. Miranda's expression hardens, resolve burning in her eyes. There's no time to waste. Show me where, now. Her cloak swirls as she steps forward, the air crackling with the promise of action. Though her bond with Morgana is fraught with secrets and betrayals, Miranda's loyalty to those in need is unwavering. She will not let another soul be lost to the shadows, no matter the cost. As the group hurries into the unknown, Miranda's vow lingers in the air, a beacon of hope and a warning to any who would stand in her way. Beneath the gnarled roots, with a flicker of distant magic still painting her silhouette, Miranda finds a rare moment of pause. The voices around her have faded into anxious whispers, giving her space to breathe and remember. She traces her fingertips along the damp earth, recalling the days when she and Morgana were inseparable, twins bound by water's embrace, their laughter echoing through hidden coves. But time and choices set them adrift. Miranda's voice, quiet yet steady, breaks the silence. Morgana and I, we have not agreed for many years. We are twins. Yes, but our hearts followed different tides. She saw power as something to claim. I saw it as something to share. Our family legacy, the currents, the storms, the secrets beneath the waves, became a fault line between us. Her gaze grows distant, haunted by memory and regret. Still, I cannot forget the bond we share. There is always a current running between us. No matter how far apart we drift, a figure steps forward, urgency in their tone. Miranda, there's a mermaid. She's under a spell. Some say she guards a treasure, but others fear she's cursed. We need your help to understand. Can you break it? Miranda's brow furrows, her mind racing through old lessons and darker tales. Tell me about this spell, she urges gently. How does it bind her? Is it a song? Is it a chain? Is it a memory she cannot escape? And this treasure, what is it? Who seeks it and why? As they speak, Miranda listens intently, piecing together the threads of magic and malice. She feels a surge of empathy for the mermaid, another soul caught between duty and desire, legacy and longing. I will do everything I can, she promises, determination hardening her voice. But to help her, I must know the truth. Sometimes the greatest chains are the ones we cannot see. Only a sister or a friend can break them. With new resolve, Miranda rises, ready to face the tides of fate and the shadows of her own past. Miranda sits quietly by the water's edge, her gaze lost in the ripples reflecting the moonlight. The hush of night brings her memories to the surface, and for the first time, she lets her companions glimpse the deeper currents of her family story. My sister Morgana and I, yes, we are twins, but we are not alone. The Blackwood family is unusual. 6 siblings, each marked by magic in our own way. Some call us gifted, others cursed. She traces a pattern in the sand, her fingers trembling as she speaks. Our talents are never free. Each gift demands a price. Some of us see the future, others can shape water or speak to spirits, but none of us escape the cost. Her eyes darken, shadowed by a pain that time cannot erase. When I was very young, our brother Alex vanished. He was only a newborn, barely a whisper in the world. One night a wardrobe in the nursery creaked open, and he was simply gone. Some say he slipped between worlds. Others believe he'll return when the time is right. A faint, hopeful smile tugs at her lips. Mama always lights a lantern for him on the longest night. She says the flame will guide him home wherever he is. We all hope, we all wait. Miranda's voice grows steady, threaded with resolve. The Blackwoods have always been shaped by what we lose, as much as what we find. Our gifts, our burdens, our missing brother, they bind us, even when we drift apart. That is the legacy I carry, and it's why, no matter where Morgana and I stand, I cannot let go of hope. For her, for Alex, for us all. As the wind stirs the water, Miranda rises, her silhouette framed by the promise of dawn. The story of the Blackwoods lingers in the air, a tale of magic, loss, and the possibility of return. The hush of the night lingers, broken only by the soft lapping of water. Miranda's companions, curiosity piqued by her story, gather closer. One voice, hesitant yet earnest, asks, "How did you and Morgana first discover your magic?" Miranda's eyes soften, distant with memory. "It was always the water for both of us," she begins, voice barely above a whisper. "We were children, barefoot, wild, always drawn to the nearest stream or pond. Morgana and I would spend hours by the riverbank, testing the edges of what we could do. A memory flickers, 2 girls laughing as ripples dance beneath their hands. We learned together how to coax water to swirl, to freeze, to shimmer with hidden light. Our bond was unbreakable then. We believed nothing could part us. Her gaze darkens, shadowed by what came after. But as we grew, something changed. Morgana, she began to hunger for more. She wanted to know every secret, to command every shadow. The river's song called to her in a different way. She found power in darkness, magic that bent the rules. That took rather than gave. Miranda's voice trembles, then steadies with quiet resolve. I could not follow. My magic, our family's gift, was meant to heal, to protect, to bring hope. I chose compassion, even when it meant standing alone. A pause, heavy with loss and what remains. Still, no matter how far apart our paths have taken us, the water connects us. Our magic is a current, sometimes swift, sometimes gentle, but always there beneath everything. I hold on to that, even in the darkest tide. I believe my sister can find her way back. The camera lingers on Miranda's silhouette, framed by moonlight and the endless shifting water, a reminder that even when divided, the bonds of family and magic endure. The moonlight dances across the water. Miranda's thoughts linger on lost bonds. One of her companions, voice soft with wonder, asks, "Do you think Astra might meet a version of Alex in another timeline?" Miranda's gaze lifts, curiosity brightening her features. The idea of alternate realities stirs something deep, a mingling of hope and uncertainty. Timelines are like rivers, Miranda muses, her fingers trailing patterns on the surface. Sometimes they flow side by side, never touching. Other times they twist and merge, changing everything. She speaks of Astra, the starborn, a journey that might cross paths with an Alex shaped by different choices. Different worlds, every meeting, every moment has the power to ripple outwards. A different Alex could mean a different fate for all of us. Her tone grows thoughtful as she considers the secrets woven through her own family. The Blackwood legacy is a tapestry of secrets and shadows. Our mother, she made decisions to protect us, but every choice cast new shadows between us. Sometimes I wonder how things might have been if she had chosen differently. If we had known the truth sooner. Miranda's eyes reflect the starlit sky above. The past shapes us, but so do the paths we have yet to walk. Maybe in another timeline, Alex and Astra are already together. Maybe Morgana and I are still side by side unbroken. Her voice is tinged with longing, but also with strength. What matters is what we choose next. Even across timelines, hope endures. The camera lingers on Miranda's silhouette, the water around her shimmering with possibility. Family, love, hope. The camera lingers on Miranda, moonlight tracing the contours of her thoughtful face. The rippling water mirrors her inner turmoil, a heart divided by love and loss. Morgana and I, we were once inseparable, sisters not just by blood but by soul. Our laughter echoed through Blackwood Hall, our secrets safe in the shadows beneath our mother's watchful gaze. Her words catch the ache of separation raw, but choices, mine, hers, those made for us, drew lines between our hearts. Shadows grew where sunlight once lived. She gazes across the lake, voice trembling with hope. Even now, I feel her absence like a phantom limb. I miss her every day, but I believe, I must believe, that one day we can find our way back, that the wounds we carry can heal, that our family, broken as it is, might be whole again. Turning slightly, Miranda addresses the unseen questioner, gratitude warming her tone. Thank you for asking what others might not. Sometimes sharing these thoughts lifts a little of the burden. If you ever need a friend or a guide in these tangled timelines, No, I'll be here. She smiles soft and sincere. No matter how complicated our history, I wish for safety, understanding, forgiveness for all of us. And perhaps, under these same stars, we'll find our way home. The scene fades with Miranda's silhouette, framed by the moon, hope shimmering like a promise on the water. Beneath the moonlit surface, Magria's song fades to a hush. She drifts closer, silver eyes shimmering, secrets too heavy to bear alone. Her voice trembles, softer than the tide. There's something you must know, gaze flickering away. My kindness, it is not without chains. The sea witch Morgana placed a curse upon me long ago. I am bound to guard a treasure chest, one coveted by many. Its lure calls to those with greedy hearts, and my song, it brings them to me. Her tail curls protectively around the chest, scales dulling in the half-light. The curse compels me to feed on those who come, drawn by desire, drawn by ambition. I do not wish to harm you, or any who seek only friendship. But my song is not always mine to control. A shadow passes over her features, but she presses on. Artie was one of the few to see past the legend, the hunger, the warning. He listened, and for a moment I felt less alone. Now, with you I dare to hope. She looks at you, pleading for understanding. I long for companionship, for a world where I am more than a monster guarding gold. If there is a way to break this curse, I will seek it. Until then, I ask only that you remember my heart beneath the waves. The air shivers with possibility as her song changes, no longer a lure but a promise. Hope glimmers in her eyes as you part, a silent vow passing between you. The path to breaking the curse has begun, and with it, the chance for Magria to reclaim her own destiny. Night presses in, the world muffled beneath a canopy of ancient trees. Restless and seeking adventure, you wander the tangled woods, your footsteps crunching softly on moss. Fallen leaves crunch underfoot. Suddenly, a piercing green beam slices through the gloom, a beam emanating from jagged rocks ahead. Curiosity outweighs caution. You edge closer, heart quickening, until you find her, Evner, the witch of the forest. Cloaked in midnight velvet, she stands before a bubbling cauldron. Fumes swirl like spirits in the air. At her feet, a sleek black cat stretches and yawns. Emerald eyes flicker with secret knowledge. Evner's gaze sweeps over you unimpressed. Her voice is dry as autumn leaves. Well, what have we here? Another lost soul, or simply someone with too much time and too little sense? She gestures to the cat. This is Romeo. He's the brains of the operation. You stammer a greeting, attention barely noticed. She stirs the cauldron, its contents glowing with unnatural light. Curiosity gets most eaten. You know, she intones, lips curling in the hint of a smirk, Magria, the siren beneath the ruins. The curse binding her. Evner's eyes sharpen. A curse, you say? And what brings you meddling in the business of sea witches and sorrowful songs? You explain the burden Magria bears, your wish to help, the hope to break the chains. Evner listens, tapping a long, painted nail against the cauldron rim. So, you seek to meddle with old magic for a friend, she muses. Brave, or foolish? Perhaps both. She circles you, considering. Tell me, traveller, what are you willing to risk for another's freedom? The forest does not grant favours lightly, nor do I. Romeo purrs, tail flicking. A bargain hangs in the air. Dangerous, uncertain, but shimmering with possibility. Evner's lips twist in a cryptic smile. Very well. If you wish to help the siren, you'll need more than good intentions. I will offer guidance for a price. The cauldron bubbles louder, casting ghostly green light across the stones. The night feels charged with destiny as you accept her challenge. Threads of fate tighten around you. The quest to break Magria's curse has found its first unlikely ally, and its first true test. The cauldron's light flickers, shadows dancing across Evenora's sharp features. She leans in, her gaze pinning you like a moth to velvet. So, you meddle not just for Magria, but you utter the names Morgana Miranda. Do you even know the storm you're walking into? Her fingers trace ancient sigils. The green glow pulses with her words. Morgana? Her hunger for power is a bottomless pit. She weaves curses like spider spin webs. Few escape unscathed. A trace of bitterness colours her tone. Miranda, though, her heart was always softer. She tried to shield others, but kindness is a fragile shield. You ask, how do you know them? Evenora's lips curl, half smile, half snarl. Once I called them allies, out of necessity, not trust. There was a relic, older than a forest that's hidden in ruins beneath the tides. We joined forces to retrieve it. Morgana craved its power. Miranda sought to protect it. I had my own reasons. Morgana's curse is no simple spell. It feeds on hope and desperation. Her fortress is a maze of illusions, guarded by things far worse than shadows. If you truly wish to help Magria, you'll need more than luck. You'll need cunning, and maybe a bit of madness. You'll mention the time compass. For the first time, Evenora's composure slips. Just a flicker. So the legends are true. The compass that bends time's river. You might just have a fighting chance, or you might unravel everything. She circles you, cloak swirling. One more warning, traveller. The sisters are bound by more than blood. Their story is tangled with betrayals and bargains. If you choose this quest, you may face Morgana's wrath and the weight of history itself. The cauldron bubbles, sealing her words in the heavy night air. Evenora's eyes gleam with reluctant respect. Go, then. Seek your answers. But remember, the forest remembers those who trespass, and the sisters never forget a debt. The path ahead is darker, but your resolve is brighter. And somewhere the time compass ticks, counting down to a fate yet unwritten. The cauldron's glow fades to embers. Your voice trembles with urgency. You tell Evenora the truth. Your friend Magria is a mermaid shackled by Morgana's cruel curse. The words spill out, her suffering your pledge to free her, the time-twisting journey you've begun. Evenora studies you, suspicion sharp as thorns. Beneath your determination she glimpses sincerity and a heart willing to risk everything. Evenora's lips purse. Many have begged for my aid, but few have dared to face Morgana's wrath. If you truly wish to break the spell, you must prove your resolve. Magic answers only to those who give more than they take. She traces a rune in the air, green light shimmering. Before you can answer, the door creaks open. A soft, radiant presence fills the room. Miss Collette, the time-displaced librarian, steps into the shadows. Her calm gaze sweeps the scene, lingering on you. It widens in recognition as she spots Nick. Nick, I remember you from the library. You asked about mermaids and ancient curses. Is this about Magria? Her voice carries gentle strength. Hope flutters. You nod, explaining the tangled web. Curses, relics, lost time. Miss Collette listens, concern deepening. Magria's fate matters to more than just the sea. Curses like Morgana's ripple outward, changing destinies. If there's a chance to help, I want to be part of it. Evenora's skeptical eyes soften. Perhaps you are not as alone in this as you think. Very well, I will help, but you must prove your courage, and your allies must stand with you. The path ahead will demand sacrifice and trust. Cauldron smoke curls to the ceiling, a fragile alliance forms, shadows and hope intertwine. The quest to save Magria, and perhaps countless others, has truly begun. In the dim glow of Evner's cottage, the air thickens with unspoken doubts and dangerous hopes. Miss Collette stands beside the witch, her eyes earnest but steely. Evner begins, her voice edged with warning. You don't understand the peril of Morgana's fortress. Her magic warps the very air. If you cross her threshold, you may never return the same. Miss Collette meets her gaze. I know the risks. I've studied curses older than Morgana herself. I once walked the halls of Eilif's academy. My magic may be rusty, but it's not gone. Her fingers trace an old sigil, pulsing faintly with blue light. Eilif taught me that no curse stands forever. Evner's eyes narrow. Eilif? She was my sister once, in all but blood. We sought the same relic, a talisman of unity, forged before our feud. Morgana coveted its power. When she betrayed us, the artifact vanished, and our paths split. The fire snaps. Romeo, Evner's sleek black cat, leaps onto the table, tail flicking. He studies each face in turn, mistrustful but curious. Nick steps forward, voice trembling. If you both know Morgana's secrets, maybe together you can find the artifact. Maybe that's the key to Magria's freedom. Evner sighs, ancient hurt flickering in her eyes. Perhaps, but trust is a rare spell easily broken. Collette extends her hand, palm open. We don't have to be friends, but we can be allies. For Magria, for everyone Morgana's curse touches. A long pause. Then, with a reluctant nod, Evner clasps Colette's hand. Magic shivers between them, old wounds not yet healed, but hope glimmering in the cracks. Romeo purrs, eyes shining with approval. The pact is sealed. For now, Shadow's secrets must yield to a fragile alliance. The journey to Morgana's fortress and the heart of the curse begins. As the last rays of sunlight fade behind tangled treetops, the group gathers at the edge of the wild forest, the path to Morgana's fortress swallowed by shadows. Evner stands apart, her silhouette framed by the wavering lantern light. Her tone is grave. Beyond these woods, Morgana's magic infects every root and stone. Not all who enter return unchanged. Nick steps forward, determination burning in his eyes. We know the risks. Magria isn't just a friend, she's family. She saved me once when the curse nearly claimed my voice. If we don't break her chains, the curse will spread. None of us will be safe. Miss Collette lays a steady hand on Nick's shoulder, her voice gentle but firm. We'll need more than courage. We need answers. About Morgana, the artifact, the curse itself, Evner nods, producing a small pouch of protective herbs. Take this. It may shield you from her illusions, but it won't last long. The group exchanges glances. Fear, hope, something stronger binding them together. Romeo the cat weaves between their feet, a silent blessing. With hearts pounding, they step into the woods, the night alive with whispers and the unknown. Each carries a secret, a question and a promise to bring Magria home, or fall trying. Above, the first stars appear as the forest closes around them. Their journey into darkness and toward destiny has begun. A faint memory of moss and twilight lingers. You awaken inside a cool, curved glass jar. The world outside is distorted and enormous. A candle flickers on a cluttered desk books. Curious trinkets, dried herbs. A shadow looms overhead. K.A.I. peers down with a crooked grin. His eyes glint with collector's pride. Another rare specimen for my shelf. He taps the glass. I've caught dozens, but none quite like you tell me. What makes you special? Confusion gives way to resolve. You concentrate, willing your form to shift, a shimmer of light first as a flickering fairy then. Impossibly, human before KAI, the jar clatters and rolls away. Silence falls. KAI's bravado falters. Impossible. He mutters, circling you warily. No fairy has ever done that. What are you? You stand your ground. I'm not just a fairy, and I'm not just human. My story isn't yours to own or cage. KAI leans closer. Then prove it. Where do your powers come from? Why would the wild magic choose you? Candlelight flickers, casting wings on the wall. Determination hardens your gaze. Some things can't be bottled or bought. You hunt what you don't understand, but tonight the hunted becomes the unexpected. A tense standoff, the room of trophies and secrets. You slip away. This marks a new chapter. Your true nature must remain hidden. Your courage will be tested. Palace bells toll midnight. You slip into the shadows, leaving a stunned fairy hunter, carrying your secret forward into the winding fate of the Time Benders. KAI's eyes flicker with suspicion, but curiosity wins. He gestures you over to a towering cabinet, its glass doors fogged with age and secrets. Inside, row upon row of delicate jars shimmer in the candlelight, each one home to a trembling fairy, their wings pressed against the glass, eyes wide with silent pleading. KAI's voice is proud, almost gloating. My collection, every one a rare find. They're safer here than in the wild, believe me. But his words ring hollow. You sense the fairies' terror. Waves of magic ripple through the air, their whispers threading into your mind. Help us, they plead, their voices like wind through leaves. We're trapped, and so is he. Confusion flashes across your face. The fairies' magic weaves a story. KAI is not just a hunter by choice. A curse woven by the sea witch Morgana binds him. Compelled to hunt and capture, he's a prisoner of his own obsession, blind to the pain he causes. You turn to KAI, your voice steady. The fairies say you're cursed. Morgana did this. She's using you. KAI laughs, uneasy. Cursed? That's just fairy superstition. But the fairies persist, their magic growing stronger. Shimmering lights swirl inside the jars, forming a single desperate message. The sea seed. Only by eating it will you remember the truth. You produce a tiny luminescent seed. Its surface glistens with ocean blue. KAI hesitates, torn between pride and something deeper, a longing for answers. At last, he takes the seed. The fairies' hope surges, and for a heartbeat, the cabinet glows with collective anticipation. KAI swallows the sea seed. The room grows still. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, a wave of memories crashes over him. Flashes of Morgana's eyes, the weight of her spell, the faces of the fairies he's captured. His bravado fades, replaced by dawning horror. The fairies' voices fill the air. Now you remember. Now you can choose. As KAI stumbles back, the truth reshapes him, and the first cracks appear in the walls of his heart. The journey to freedom, for him and for the fairies, has finally begun. As KAI staggers from the tidal wave of memories, the room pulses with a new energy, raw, painful, illuminating. He looks at his hands, trembling. The faces of every fairy he's ever trapped flicker before his eyes. What have I done? He whispers, the weight of his actions crashing down in a torrent of guilt and clarity. One by one, he approaches the jars, his voice shaking with remorse. I'm sorry, he breathes, unlocking each delicate vessel. Lyra with her golden wings, Thistle with her emerald glow, tiny bellflower, whose laughter is like rain on petals. They hover before him, eyes wide with a mixture of fear, hope, ancient wisdom. KAI kneels, head bowed. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I promise I will never harm another fairy. I will protect you, all of you, from this day forward. The fairies gather in a glowing circle around him, their magic weaving into a tapestry of light. Lyra, the eldest, speaks. We forgive you, KAI, but only if you vow to be our guardian. Protect the lost shield, the weak defend every fairy from harm. KAI's eyes fill with tears, remorse transforming into resolve. He presses a trembling hand to his heart. I swear it. By the sea, the stars, all that I have left, I am your guardian now. A gentle shimmering light envelops KAI and the fairies, sealing the promise. The jars, once prisons, dissolve into motes of hope. And as dawn breaks beyond the fog glass, a new chapter begins. Not just for KAI, but for every fairy who dares to dream of freedom. As the last shimmer of magic fades and the fairies hover, newly freed, a hush settles over the room. The elder fairies, their wings glinting with dawn's promise, gather in a gentle circle around KAI. Lyra steps forward, her gaze both kind and piercing. Why did you chase us, KAI? What held you so tightly to Morgana's will? KAI's shoulders sag beneath the weight of truth he's hidden for so long. His voice trembles. It wasn't just magic. Morgana, she was my friend once. We were young, lost together. I loved her, and I thought she loved me. But as her hunger for power grew, so did the darkness between us. I let her shape me, even when it hurt, even when it meant hurting you. A silence, heavy and understanding, fills the air. The fairies exchange glances, ancient wisdom in their eyes. Thistle flutters closer, her tone gentle. Love can be a chain, KAI, but it can also be the key that sets you free. You are not the sum of your mistakes, nor the puppet of your past. KAI's eyes glisten with tears, pain, regret, and something new, hope. I still care for her, even now. It shames me. I don't know how to let go. Bellflower's laughter, soft as rain, breaks the tension. Then let us help you. Heal with us, KAI. The past is a story. The future is yours to write. As the fairies surround him, their light growing warmer, KAI breathes deeply for the first time in years. The burden lifts, if only a little. Together, they step into the morning, hearts open wounds, slowly mending the promise of healing shimmering in the air. And so, forgiveness begins, not just between captor and captive, but within KAI's own fractured soul. In the gentle hush that follows forgiveness, a small trembling voice cuts through the quiet. The youngest fairy, wings shimmering with the freshness of dawn. She floats forward, eyes wide with a question too big for her tiny frame. KAI, if Morgana hurt you, why do you still love her? KAI kneels, meeting her gaze with a softness hard won through pain. His words are slow, honest, each syllable heavy with memory. Love doesn't disappear just because it hurts. Sometimes it lingers like a shadow, reminding us of what was good, even when so much went wrong. I can't forget what we shared, but holding on to old love shouldn't mean holding on to old wounds. The elder fairies gather close, presence warm and wise. Lyra's voice rings clear. Let us not be prisoners of sorrow. Let us look to the dawn, to the hope that tomorrow brings. What binds us now is not the pain of the past, but the promise of what we can build together. KAI rises, no longer burdened by shame, eyes shining with new resolve. You saved me from Morgana's darkness and from myself. I can't change what's behind us, but I can choose who I am now. I vow to stand by your side, as protector, as friend, As one who believes in second chances, a circle forms, fairies and KAI, hands joined, wings brushing against armor and scars. Together, they speak as one. We will defend each other. We will heal together. We will face every shadow and every storm, united by trust, compassion, and the hope of a new beginning. As sunlight pours in, the room glows with possibility. The past is honored, but the future, brighter than ever, awaits. United, they step forward, ready for whatever magic and mystery the world may bring. As the golden haze of dusk settles over the ancient city, the chaos of their arrival begins to fade into a tense quiet. Amid the shadows of the palace holding room, Collette finds herself standing beside a newcomer, Nick, a stranger to her, yet drawn into the same impossible journey. Collette turns to Nick, her eyes bright with hope and curiosity despite the uncertainty that hangs in the air. "Hi, I'm Collette," she says, offering a genuine smile that cuts through the gloom. "I know this is all overwhelming, but I'm glad you're here with us." Nick nods, his own nerves apparent, but Colette's kindness disarms him. She glances at the guards, then lowers her voice. "I have something important, something I think you should sign." From a hidden pocket, she produces a folded parchment inscribed with swirling ancient symbols. The edges glow faintly, pulsing with a subtle, otherworldly energy. Holding it out, she whispers, "It's a pact, a promise between travelers lost in time. If we sign it, we agree to help each other no matter what happens next." I know it sounds strange, but sometimes trust is the only magic we have. Nick hesitates, curiosity overcoming his fear. The distant sounds of the city, vendors shouting, bells ringing, drift through the barred window, reminding them both of the world beyond these walls. With a shaky hand, Nick takes the quill and signs his name beneath Colette's. A faint shimmer passes through the room, the pact sealed, a bond forged in the heart of uncertainty. For a moment, hope flickers between them, a small light in the darkness. As footsteps echo in the corridor, Collette tucks the document away. "Whatever comes next, we face it together," she says, her voice resolute. And as the guards approach, the first threads of alliance and trust are quietly woven into the tapestry of their extraordinary journey. As the distant clamour of the palace fades, Colette's warm smile lingers in the dim light. She steps closer, hand outstretched in genuine friendship. "It's nice to meet you, Nick," she says softly, her voice a calm anchor in the uncertainty. "If you don't mind me asking, how did you end up here?" Nick hesitates, his gaze dropping to the cold stone floor. He fidgets with the edge of his sleeve, the memory clearly weighing on him. "Someone I trusted left me here," he admits, his words quiet but steady. "I thought we were in this together, but when things got dangerous, they disappeared. I don't even know why I was brought to this place, or what I'm supposed to do now." Colette's expression softens with empathy. She reaches out, gently patting Nick's shoulder in reassurance. "That must have been really hard," she says, her tone gentle and sincere. "But you're not alone anymore. Whatever happened before, you have allies now, and I promise I won't leave you behind." Nick looks up, meeting Colette's eyes for the first time. For a moment the burden of betrayal eases, replaced by the fragile hope of newfound companionship. Collette gives his shoulder one last encouraging squeeze, then leans in, her voice a whisper meant only for him. "If you ever want to talk about it, I'm here. Everyone has a story, Nick, and sometimes sharing it helps us find our way." As the sound of approaching footsteps grows louder, the bond between them strengthens, a quiet promise echoing in the shadows. In this strange new world, trust becomes their greatest shield. As the tension in the corridor fades, Colette's curiosity gets the better of her. She glances at Nick, her eyes bright with gentle interest. "Nick," she asks quietly, "you mentioned someone you trusted, and something about a time compass. What is it? And did you have friends with you before all this?" Nick hesitates, a flicker of longing crossing his features. He reaches into his pocket, fingers brushing over a small, intricate device, the time compass. Its surface glimmers faintly, etched with swirling runes. This helps us find the right moment's doors in time. I was never supposed to use it alone. Collette leans in, her fascination clear. "Who was with you? Were they like us, Magria?" "She's something special. She can turn into a mermaid when she's near water." He lets out a breath, the memory bittersweet. "She saved me once in a city by the sea. When things got dangerous, she would change and disappear beneath the waves." Colette's eyes widen, a spark of wonder lighting her face. "A mermaid? That's incredible. What was she like?" "Brave, mischievous. She always knew how to make me laugh, even when we were lost. She believed the time compass could bring us home, but when the trouble started, we got separated. I haven't seen her since." Collette rests a hand over Nick's, her support unwavering. "If she's out there, we'll find her. You're not alone." "Nick, not anymore. And maybe your time compass will help us all find what we've lost." For a moment, hope flickers between them, fragile but real. The promise of reunion, of friendship old and new, shines brighter than the shadows that surround them. As the echo of old memories lingers between them, Colette's gaze sharpens, thoughtful. She lowers her voice, careful not to disturb the uneasy calm that hangs in the air. "Nick, earlier you mentioned the Bad Bunch. You knew about Morgana. How?" Her words hang, a blend of wonder and unease. Nick's hand tightens around the time compass, his eyes searching the dim corridor as if expecting shadows to move. "I heard stories even before I met any of you." The name Morgana kept coming up, whispers in places that shouldn't have known her name. Sometimes it was just a warning, beware the sea witch. Other times it was a riddle, like she was part of something bigger, something that touched every timeline. Collette frowns, her brow furrowing in confusion. "But how could you know about her before we crossed paths?" "The Bad Bunch. They're from our present. Or at least I thought they were." Nick's voice drops, a tremor of uncertainty threading through his words. "That's what I can't explain. Sometimes I think I'm remembering things out of order, like pieces of someone else's story keep slipping into mine." The corridor seems to darken, the past and present blurring as Collette processes his words. "Do you think our timelines are tangled? That maybe we're not just travelling through time, but crossing over each other's histories?" Nick nods, haunted. "Every time the time compass spins, it feels like it's not just finding a moment, it's finding someone's memory. Maybe Morgana's, maybe yours, maybe even mine. I don't know if we're supposed to fix things or if we're just making new knots." Colette's eyes soften, her curiosity now mingled with concern. "Then we need to be careful. If Morgana's legacy is already echoing in the past, the Bad Bunch could be closer than we think." As distant footsteps echo, reminding them that time is running out, the two share a silent vow. They will unravel the mystery of Morgana, the Bad Bunch, and the tangled timelines, no matter where the time compass leads. In the quiet aftermath of their revelations, Collette and Nick find themselves alone beneath a flickering lantern in the winding corridor. Shadows dance on the ancient stone, but Colette's eyes shine with newfound resolve. She places a steady hand on Nick's shoulder, her voice gentle but unwavering. Nick, I see how much Magria means to you. You've carried her memory through tangled timelines and endless uncertainty. We won't let her stay lost, not if we have any say in it. Nick's grip on the time compass loosens just slightly, a glimmer of relief breaking through his guarded expression. He nods, words caught in his throat, but Collette continues, her tone fierce and comforting all at once. We'll find Magria, I promise. No matter what the time compass shows us, no matter what the bad bunch has planned, we'll face it together. You're not alone in this. The corridor seems less oppressive now, the weight of uncertainty shared between them. As the distant echo of footsteps reminds them of the dangers ahead, Collette and Nick make a silent vow to reunite lost friends and untangle the mysteries binding their destinies. Together they step forward, ready to challenge fate itself, and to bring Magria home. The heavy door groans open and the room falls deathly silent. Torchlight flickers across the faces of the Time Benders as King Vikramaditya strides in, his golden armour casting harsh reflections on the stone walls. The king's eyes, sharp as a falcon's, sweep across the group, measuring, calculating. His every step echoes authority. He stops in the centre of the cell, arms crossed, his presence filling the cramped space. The guards stand rigid at attention, barely daring to breathe. The king's voice cuts through the tension, low and commanding. You stand in my kingdom, clad in garb no tailor has ever seen. Speak, who are you, and from what distant land do you come? One by one, the Time Benders introduce themselves, voices trembling with fear and uncertainty. Miss Collette tries to explain, but her words falter under the king's unblinking stare. The king circles them, his footsteps deliberate, his gaze lingering on every detail. Strange fabrics, unfamiliar gadgets, anxious faces, suspicion flickers across his features. Do not insult my wisdom with tales of magic or trickery, he warns, his tone edged with menace. I have judged liars and sorcerers before. My patience is thin, but my curiosity is great. Tell me the truth. Are you spies, or something more dangerous? The group exchanges worried glances, the weight of the king's reputation pressing down on them. The air is thick with dread as they realize their next words could decide their fate. In the shadows, the king's eyes narrow, waiting for a story that will either save them or condemn them as enemies of the realm. Inside the stone chamber, tension mounts as Eilif, clutching the battered time compass, tries to explain its purpose, a device to guide them through the ages, seeking lost moments and mending broken timelines. His words tumble over each other, desperate and earnest, but before he can finish, King Vikramaditya raises a hand, silencing him with a single imperious gesture. The soldiers lean in, eyes wide and breath held as the king's gaze sharpens. You speak in riddles, he says, but words are wind. Show me proof. Tell me what no man of my era could know. Tell me of the future. A hush falls. Magria steps forward, voice trembling but resolute. Your Majesty, in centuries to come, your land will rise against foreign rule. The people will reclaim their freedom. India will become a nation united, no longer bound by the chains of outsiders. Her words hang in the air, heavy and impossible, as the king's eyes flare in disbelief. Nick, ever the optimist, seizes the moment. And there will be games, sports where nations compete for honour, not war. Cricket, a game of bat and ball, will capture hearts across your land. Millions will cheer, united by joy, not conquest. The chamber is silent, Then murmurs ripple among the soldiers, awe and confusion in their voices. The king studies the time benders, searching for deception, but finds only conviction. A long, tense moment passes before King Vikramaditya speaks, his voice quieter, almost reverent. If you speak the truth, then you are not my enemies, you are witnesses to the impossible. The fate of the time benders hangs in the balance, suspended between the weight of history and the hope of trust. The air in the ancient chamber grows thick with anticipation. Visual torchlight flickers over carved stone. King Vikramaditya, his regal composure now tinged with vulnerability, fixes his gaze on the time benders. "Tell me," he commands softly, "what year is it in your world?" Eilif hesitates, then answers, 2025, Your Majesty." A ripple of shock passes through the soldiers. Some clutch their spears tighter. Others exchange whispered prayers. The king's eyes widen, equal parts awe and fear, as the truth settles over him like a shroud. He steadies himself. "And what of me? What do you know of my legacy, of how I am remembered?" The time benders exchange glances, sensing the weight of his plea. Magria steps forward, her words gentle. "You are revered as a wise king. You are revered as a just king. Our ruler whose stories inspire generations." The king closes his eyes, absorbing her words as if they were a balm over old wounds. When he opens them, his expression is softer, almost pleading. He leans in, lowering his voice so only the travelers can hear. "I must trust you with something no one in my court knows." The chamber holds its breath. Shadows flicker across ancient stone. The king's hand trembles on the arm of his throne. "There are nights," he confides, voice barely above a whisper, "when the weight of my crown feels unbearable. I see omens in my dreams, visions of fire, of loss, of a future I cannot grasp. Sometimes I wonder if I am truly meant for this destiny." The time benders listen, their own burdens reflected in the king's confession. The soldiers look on, uncertain, sensing the gravity of the moment, but not its meaning. The king's secret hangs between them, fragile and raw. A moment of shared humanity that bridges centuries. For the first time, the boundary between legend and reality blurs. In the flickering torchlight, trust is born, not from proof or prophecy, but from the courage to be vulnerable, even in the face of the impossible. In the dim glow of torchlight, the ancient chamber grows even quieter, every shadow leaning in every breath a secret. King Vikramaditya's voice drops to a trembling whisper meant only for those who have crossed centuries to stand before him. "Power and riches are heavy chains, but what I crave most is a soul who understands mine, someone who shares this burden, who sees the man, not the crown." His confession hangs in the air, more intimate than any royal decree. For a heartbeat, there is only silence, the time benders caught off guard by the raw humanity behind the legend. Even across time, Your Majesty, the heart's longing is unchanged. None of us are meant to carry our destinies alone. A flicker of hope. And fear crosses the king's face. Vulnerability softens his features. Then suspicion returns, sharp as a blade. "Tell me," he demands suddenly, his gaze turning to Nick. "Why are you truly here? What is your purpose in my time?" The group stiffens, the weight of their secret pressing down. Nick meets the king's piercing eyes, struggling for words, caught between truth and the peril of revelation. The king's stare is unwavering, his need for answers burning through the silence. Around them, even the flames seem to pause, the future hanging by a single trembling thread. The chamber holds its breath. The next words could change everything. Beneath the moonlit waves, Morgana's hidden cave pulses with an eerie blue glow. The sea witch glides through swirling currents, her presence commanding as she arrives to find her loyal minions already waiting. Coral, with her iridescent scales, Nereus, silent and sharp-eyed, and Kelp, ever shifting and sly. Morgana's voice is a low ripple echoing off the stone walls. There is a human among us, one who meddles where he should not. You are to follow him, watch his every move. Report back to me, but do not reveal yourselves. Do not engage. Am I clear? Coral flashes a toothy grin. Nereus's eyes narrow with anticipation. Kelp coils closer, eager for the hunt. As you command, mistress, they whisper in unison, their forms dissolving into the shadows. Moments later, the minions slip into the open sea, blending seamlessly with the drifting kelp and darting fish. They move through the darkness, unseen and unstoppable. Morgana's eyes and ears in the deep, stalking their unsuspecting prey. In the silence that follows, Morgana gazes into the inky depths, her mind already plotting the next move. The game has begun, and in these waters, secrets don't stay hidden for long. Beneath the shifting currents, Coral, Nereus, Kelp glide silently, their forms barely more than flickers in the moonlit water. As they trail the distant human silhouette above, Coral's whisper breaks the hush. Do you think he'll notice us? Her scales shimmer, reflecting her uncertainty. Nereus, ever watchful, responds with a calm edge. He won't. We're shadows. Besides, Morgana trusts us with this. She wouldn't if she thought we'd fail. Kelp weaves between them, voice a soft ripple. Still, the surface folk are clever. One wrong move and suddenly a swirl of shimmering bubbles erupts nearby. Magria materializes in their path. Her eyes narrow, curiosity piqued. What are you three doing lurking in the deep? This isn't your usual haunt. The minions freeze, exchanging nervous glances. Coral recovers first. We're following Morgana's orders. There's a human. She wants us to watch him. Nothing more. Magria floats closer, puzzled. Morgana, the sea witch, why so much fuss over a single human? Nereus's tone is hushed but reverent. Morgana sees what others miss. They say her magic runs as deep as the trench. She's not one to be crossed. Kelp nods, voice tinged with awe and fear. She commands the tides, and us. If she wants this human watched, there's a reason. Magria lingers, uncertainty flickering. Don't let your shadows cross into my waters. Morgana's secrets are her own, but so are mine. With a flick of her tail, Magria vanishes into the gloom. The minions exchange wary looks, resolve hardening. Silently they resume their pursuit. In the deep, every movement matters, and every secret has a watcher. Beneath the undulating silver of the ocean's skin, three shadowy figures drift closer. Close-ups, their eyes narrowed with suspicion. Magria hovers before them, a luminous pearl cradled in her palm, its glow pulsing gently in the gloom. Close up on Coral's face, voice trembling between awe and accusation. That's Morgana's pearl, the one she searched for. Nereus circles Magria, moving with a predatory glide. You say you found it by chance? In these waters? His skepticism is a current, cold and swift. Close up on Kelp's fins quivering, tension rippling. No one just stumbles on the pearl, not unless the tides themselves bend to their will. Magria's eyes flash, defensive yet sly. I came through a portal, one that shouldn't exist. I was drawn here, and the pearl, it called to me. She clutches the treasure tighter. I mean no harm, but perhaps fate has chosen me to return it. Coral exchanges a look with the others, her scales bristling. Fate or not, Morgana will want answers. She'll want you. Nereus's voice is low, almost a whisper. If you're lying, if this is a trick, Kelp finishes the thought, voice steely. The consequences will be yours alone. A beat of silence. Magria nods, masking her fear with a brave smile. Then take me to her. I have nothing to hide. The minions close in, forming a silent escort. The pearl glimmers between them, a beacon and a warning. The current grows heavier with secrets as they glide into the abyss, toward Morgana's lair, where truth and deception are both met with a witch's wrath. In the heart of the abyss, Morgana's lair pulses with a cold, unnatural glow. The minions glide forward, Magria in their midst, the luminous pearl gripped tight in her hand. Morgana reclines on her throne of swirling shadows, her eyes sharp as obsidian. A hush falls as Coral steps forward, bowing her head. We bring you what you seek, Morgana, the pearl, and the one who claims to have found it. Morgana's gaze flickers to Magria, her lips curling into a sly, dangerous smile. So, you are the one who stirs the tides of fate. You expect gratitude for returning what was never yours? Magria stands tall, defiance flickering behind her fear. I was drawn here by forces I don't understand. The pearl called to me. I wish only to see it returned. Morgana's laughter echoes through the water, cold and mocking. Return it? For free? I think not. If you wish to leave my domain alive, and with the pearl's favor upon you, you will do something for me. Magria's eyes narrow. I won't be your pawn. Threaten me, but I won't serve you. The shadows tremble as Morgana's voice deepens, her patience thinning. Defy me, and you'll learn what true suffering is. No one defies the sea witch and escapes unscathed. A tense silence. The pearl's glow dims, as if sensing the danger. The minions exchange uneasy glances, caught between fear and loyalty. Morgana leans forward, her tone icy. Think carefully, Magria. Defiance is a choice, one with consequences you cannot imagine. The scene fades out on Magria's determined face, the weight of the ultimatum pressing in from all sides. In the shadow-soaked depths of Morgana's lair, the air thickens with dread. Morgana rises from her throne, shadows coiling around her like living serpents. Her eyes lock on Magria, burning with ancient malice. You defy me, little songbird, Morgana hisses. No one leaves my domain unchanged. Morgana flicks her wrist and conjures dark magic. Currents twist into spectral chains. They snake toward Magria. Minions gasp, faces awash in ghostly blue. The chains wrap Magria's arms and throat, binding her will. Magria struggles, voice choked by invisible force. The pearl slips from her grasp, glow flickering. Morgana's cold, victorious laughter. From this moment, you are mine to command, she declares. Your thoughts, your actions, your very soul belong to me. Minions bow, some in fear, others in awe. Morgana places her hand on Magria's shoulder. The cursed sigil blazes briefly on Magria's skin. Morgana turns to her followers, voice thunderous. Let it be known, Magria serves the sea witch. Defiance has its price. Magria's eyes glisten with sorrow and fury. A spark of resistance remains in her gaze. The minions await orders, all fate bound to the sea witch. In the gilded throne room of the capital, King Marcus stands, his crown catching the flicker of torchlight. Suddenly, the air thickens. A salty electric tang. Shadows ripple across the marble floor. Morgana emerges from swirling mist. Her eyes glint with cruel ambition. "Your Majesty," Morgana purrs, her voice echoing like a tide against stone. "I demand an audience." The king's guards tense. Marcus lifts a hand, curiosity and wariness warring in his gaze. "Speak, Morgana. What brings you to my court?" She glides forward, her presence chilling the room. "The magical pearl," she declares, "is the key to a spell that will grant me dominion over the ocean's depths. Surrender it, and your realm will know peace. Refuse, and I will conjure a storm to drown your city." A hush falls. King Marcus's jaw tightens, but he stands his ground. "And what do you offer in return for such a threat?" Morgana's lips curl into a sly smile. "An alliance, Your Majesty. Imagine, your kingdom united with the oceans, our power absolute. Perhaps a marriage, an heir to rule both land and sea." The king's eyes narrow, searching for truth behind the offer. "And why should I trust you, Morgana? What does a sea witch truly desire? Power or something more?" She leans in, voice dropping to a whisper. "We are both chained by fate, Marcus. Together we could break those chains." Lightning crackles outside. Her warning made clear, the king weighs the fate of his people against the darkness before him, uncertain which path leads to salvation and which to ruin. The throne room crackles with tension. Morgana steps closer, her eyes never leaving King Marcus. Her voice cuts through the silence. "Silky, dangerous. You know my reputation, Marcus. When I make a promise, kingdoms rise or fall. I am equally famous for breaking them when crossed." She circles him, her shadow spilling across the golden tiles. "Give me the pearl and the storm will pass. Deny me and your city will drown before sunrise. I offer you power, untold dominion over land and sea. But test me, and you'll taste the wrath of the abyss." Marcus's grip tightens on his scepter, the weight of his crown heavy. "If I agree to this alliance, what guarantees do I have, Morgana? I will not risk my people on words alone." A sly smile flickers across Morgana's lips. "Then let us add another layer to our bargain. Bring me one of your mermaid guards, alive, a symbol of your commitment, and a new pawn for my plans." The king raises an eyebrow, half amused, half irritated. "Is that all? Very well. You'll have your mermaid. I am Marcus, king of the Dragon Kingdom. My word is not given lightly, nor is my trust." Morgana's gaze sharpens, curiosity piqued. "Tell me, Marcus, who stands by your side? Friends, family, loyal guards, even the mightiest rulers have hidden cracks. I would know the measure of my new ally." Marcus meets her gaze. "Unflinching, my kingdom's strength is not in secrets, but in unity. You would do well to remember that." Lightning flashes outside. Their pact is sealed, an alliance forged in threats and uneasy trust. The fate of the realms hanging in the balance. The throne room doors swing open with a heavy groan. Close up the ancient hinges and wood. Wide reveal, throne room, candlelight, storm-lit windows. King Marcus gestures. General Aaron steps forward. Alana steps forward. A cadre of loyal guards steps forward, armor gleaming. Morgana's gaze sweeps the group, a predatory smile. Shadows deepen around Morgana. Allies exchange wary glances. Hands tighten on hilts. General Aaron, tall and resolute, speaks. "This alliance is madness. I will not stand by while you barter away our future to a witch." Morgana's eyes narrow. She flicks her wrist. A whispered incantation. Energy crackles. Aaron staggers and collapses to the marble, unconscious. Guards draw their weapons. Marcus raises a trembling hand, signalling them to stand down. Close on Marcus, frustration and fear. He realizes Morgana holds his general and the man he secretly loves hostage. Morgana circles Marcus, mocking. Such devotion, Marcus. Is it the crown you cherish most, or the man who wears your colours into battle? Her eyes flick to Alana, then back to the king. Who among your friends would you sacrifice for power? Alana steps forward, sword in hand, defiant. You'll have to go through me before you harm the king or Aaron. Morgana laughs, the sound echoing coldly off stone. Brave words, little knight, but you're outmatched. Loyalty is a lovely thing until it becomes a weakness. The storm outside mirrors the turmoil within the throne room. Lines are drawn, loyalties tested. Morgana's grip over the king, and his heart grows stronger. The storm rages louder. Rain and lightning batter the castle. King Marcus stands, shoulders squared. Close on his eyes, fury and desperation. Morgana lingers by the throne. Her silhouette casts shadows over trembling candle flames. Marcus's voice rings out, strained but unyielding. Enough, Morgana. You have what you want, my general, my loyalty, my kingdom at your mercy. What more do you demand? The pearl, my hand in marriage? Name your price, witch. The guards shift uneasily. One steps forward holding a luminescent blossom, the truth flower, close on petals pulsing with an ethereal glow. The air thickens with magic. People react. Morgana arches an eyebrow, amused. A bold gesture. But are you prepared for what truths may surface? King, the flower's magic fills the room. Marcus, unable to resist, speaks haunted. The pearl is hidden in my chambers behind the portrait of my father. Morgana's eyes gleam with triumph. She glides to Marcus, hand outstretched. The king's jaw clenches. He produces the pearl from beneath his cloak. Close on the pearl, a shimmering orb of impossible beauty. Morgana plucks it from his palm, her fingers cold. She turns, inspecting the tense guards, inspecting the friends, all helpless. Marcus, voice trembling, declares, You have the pearl. I will honor your bargain. I will marry you if that is your wish. Morgana laughs, a sound like shattering glass. Oh, Marcus, did you really think I wanted a crown and a husband? No, your heart is not my prize tonight. A swirl of dark mist. Morgana vanishes. The marriage is off, but the chaos I leave behind, that is a treasure beyond measure. The storm quiets for a single stunned heartbeat. Wide, the throne room in disarray. Honor compromised. Trust shattered. The king alone, with the bitter taste of defeat and freedom. The game has changed, and Morgana holds the winning hand. The storm has passed, but an uneasy silence lingers in the throne room. Rain still streaks the windows, tracing the scars of a night forever changed. King Marcus stands at the center, shoulders heavy, crown askew. Around him, his friends and allies gather, faces pale with shock, eyes searching for answers. Marcus turns to them, voice raw. I had no choice, he admits, the words thick with regret. She held you all hostage. He gestures to the truth flower, glowing, now dim and wilted. It forced my hand. I could not lie, even to protect what matters most. Artie steps forward. We understand, Your Majesty, but the pearl, Morgana is more powerful than ever. What hope remains for us now? A hush falls over the group. Memory of Morgana's laughter echoes, a haunting flash. The magical pearl, once a symbol of hope, is now lost to darkness. Lyra speaks quietly. She didn't want your heart, Marcus, or your crown, only chaos, only power. Marcus's fists clench. He stares at the empty space where Morgana vanished, the sea witch plays a game I can't win, not with force, not with bargains, and now she holds the pearl. He turns away, voice barely above a whisper. May the seas take her. Frustration, resignation, we'll regroup. We must, because as long as Morgana holds that pearl, none of us are safe. Camera lingers on the group, fractured but not broken. A new resolve flickers in their eyes. Uncertainty clouds the path ahead. Fade out on the battered throne room. The storm's aftermath a silent witness to bonds tested and a future unknown. The castle corridors are silent, save for the soft echo of footsteps. Nick moves quickly, the weight of recent events pressing on his mind. But suddenly, he stops. A chill prickles his skin. Something, or someone, is behind him. He turns. There, half shrouded in shadow, stands a stranger. Her presence is magnetic, unsettling. Hertscher smiles, lips curling into a dark, knowing grin. Her eyes glint. Secrets, danger. Hello there! Nick tries to steady his breath, but fear creeps in. Hertscher steps closer, gaze unwavering. Me. I go by many names, but you can call me Hertscher. And you, dear little one, what is your name? Nick hesitates, heart pounding. He forces himself. My name is Nick. Hertscher laughs. Musical. Hertscher laughs, menacing. Nick. Tilde, she repeats. Drawing out each syllable, she leans in, her breath icy against his cheek. A fine name indeed. Tilde. The corridor seems to darken. Nick stands his ground, but inside, fear and uncertainty swirl. Hertscher knows things, secrets Nick thought were buried. The game has changed. As Hertscher's shadow stretches across the stone floor, Nick realizes this encounter is only the beginning. Fade out on Hertzer's lingering smile as the tension coils in the silent corridor. The corridor's silence thickens, broken only by Hertscher's soft, lilting giggle. Her smile stretches, mischief flickering in her gaze. What am I? I'm something very, very dangerous. Would you like to guess what I am, little one? I won't bite. Her words echo off the ancient stones, the temperature dropping with every syllable. Nick's breath fogs in the chill, his eyes darting for an exit. Hertzer's laughter, delicate yet menacing, dances in the air. Oh, I can be more than just a little evil, sweetheart. And as for what I really am, she pauses, her eyes suddenly glowing with unnatural light. Well, I'm a demon. Nick recoils, but Hertscher only draws closer, her presence overwhelming, her energy magnetic and terrifying. Oh, I'm just here to have a little fun, my sweet. And right now, you seem like the perfect candidate to entertain me. She leans in, her face mere inches from Nick's, her gaze locking with his. For a heartbeat, time itself seems to stutter. The corridor is now a stage, and Nick realizes he's become a player in Hertzer's twisted game. Fade to black as Hertzer's laughter echoes, promising danger and delight in equal measure. The corridor pulses with shadow and anticipation. Beat close up, rippling shadow on the wall. Beat wide dolly down a dim corridor. Hertzer's chuckle grows deeper, her voice curling like velvet smoke. Oh, you know, the kind of fun that involves a little bit of pleasure, a little bit of pain. Her hand glides down Nick's cheek, nails grazing his skin. A caress, a warning. So stubborn. But you're still so cute when you're fighting. She lets her hand linger on his shoulder, tracing small circles, her eyes gleaming with wicked delight. You know, the more you struggle, the more fun I have, so I would advise you to stop resisting, sweetheart. It'll only make this experience more enjoyable for the both of us. But in a flash of light and courage, Nick transforms. Wings bursting free, his fairy form takes flight. The air shimmers with magic as he zips down the corridor, hope flaring in his chest. Hertz's eyes widen, surprise flickering into a hungry grin. You think you can just escape me, is that it? You poor, naive fool. Her laughter trails after him, sweet sinister as she launches into pursuit, her form twisting, shadows clinging to her heels. The chase is on. Fairy wings beat against the heavy air, weaving through ancient arches, forgotten passageways, Hertz's gaze never wavering from her prey. Shadows stretch and flicker. The corridor becomes a labyrinth of peril and possibility. As Nick darts around a corner and the darkness deepens, Hertz's voice echoes behind him. Half threat, half promise. Run, little fairy. Run while you still can. Fade to black, the tension unresolved, the game far from over. The corridor grows colder. Shadows twisting Hertha pauses, her senses prickling. She turns, and there, at the edge of flickering torchlight, stands Morgana, the twin sea witch, her presence commanding her gaze icy. A sly smile dances across Hertz's lips. Well, if it isn't my dear rival, are you here to challenge me again? To try and fail to best me like last time? Morgana steps forward, her eyes burning with old wounds and new resolve. Enough of your arrogant taunts, Hertha. You may have bested me before, but that was a long time ago. Hertz's laughter echoes, rich and mocking. Still as defiant as ever, I see. But don't forget, my dear rival, it was me who took away your precious magic. I brought you to your knees. You begged for mercy. Hertha circles. The air crackles with a sudden surge of power. Morgana's hands shimmer with returning magic. Blue fire swirling around her fingers. Ancient runes lighting her skin. Hertz's smirk falters. Surprise flashes in her eyes. Morgana's voice is low, dangerous. You took what was mine, but I have reclaimed it. And now, Hertha, we are equals once more. For a heartbeat, silence reigns. Hertz's lips curl. Not quite a smile, not quite a snarl. Well, isn't that an interesting turn of events? The corridor crackles with tension. Two rivals' power restored, old scores unsettled. The next move could change everything. Fade to black. The air still hums with the aftermath of magical confrontation. The corridor's shadows stretch and swirl. Suddenly, in a shimmer of gold, Nick transforms back into his human form. Wings vanishing, limbs lengthening, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Hertha's gaze sharpens, a predatory smile tugging at her lips. She glides closer, fingers tracing along Nick's jaw with teasing familiarity. And here I was just starting to enjoy that cute little fairy form of yours. Tilde, her voice is velvet and danger wrapped together. Morgana exhales fine. Let's talk. Her eyes never leave Hertz's, but her hand finds Nick's, steadying them both. Hertz's laughter is soft, almost musical. Oh, I'm just here to have a little bit of fun. Her words linger, unsettling. We need the artifact. Return it, Hertha. Hertha's smirk widens. Ah, you want that little artifact of yours back, do you? Well, I suppose I could be persuaded. For a price, of course, Tilde, name it. Simple. I get one favor from each of you. A favor that I can call upon at any time, for anything I desire. Nick hesitates, but Morgana squeezes his hand. Agreed. With a snap of Hertha's fingers, the artifact materializes in a swirl of shadow and light. Morgana snatches it, relief flickering in her eyes. Morgana draws Nick close, chanting under her breath. In a flash of iridescent magic, they vanish, leaving Hercher alone in the corridor, eyes narrowed, lips curling in both annoyance and amusement. The shadows close in again, deals struck, fates entwined, the cost of magic yet to be paid, fade out. In the hush of an underground laboratory, the air vibrates with sterile anticipation. Fluorescent lights flicker above. A gurney is wheeled through the corridor. A tag reads Subject 2091. Thick, reinforced glass of a containment tank fills the frame. A striking figure emerges. A merman, close up, iridescent scales, close up, old scars on scales, close up, eyes, defiant, close up, eyes, fearful. A masked scientist approaches the tank. Footsteps echo in the empty lab. The merman's gaze follows, wary. A webbed hand presses the glass. Lips move in silent protest. A stream of bubbles rises. Those sounds are lost beneath the water, unheard above. The scientist jots notes on a clipboard. The scientist watches the agitation. The merman's tail thrashes. Ripples surge across the tank. Frustration mounts with each failed attempt to communicate. The merman's eyes plead for understanding. The scientist's stare remains cool, detached. Colleagues exchange glances. Curiosity veiling mistrust. The struggle intensifies. The barrier between captor and captive deepens. Wide shot. The room tightens with tension. Reflection shot. Who is being tested here? Lab equipment powers up. The experiment begins. Close up. Scars tell the cost of containment. Bubbles rise toward the unreachable surface. Fade to black. The hiss of hydraulics breaks the silence. The tank's glass door slides open. The scientist steps back, clipboard lowered, watching with measured interest. Water trickles onto the sterile floor. Inside, the merman hesitates, muscles tense, eyes darting between the open threshold and the faces beyond. His iridescent tail flicks stirring silvery currents. Then, with a cautious grace, he glides forward, emerging half above water. A tremor in his voice betrays both fear and resolve. I have no name. They call me Subject 2091. Nothing more. His gaze hardens, but his words tremble. I was left alone in the deep before I could remember the shape of a mother's hand. They found me in the dark. They brought me here. He looks down, webbed hands curling against the steel rim. You want to study me, but you don't see me. I am not just a number. His eyes meet the scientist's, defiant yet pleading. I remember the cold, the hunger, the songs I never learned. I remember being left behind, and I remember the day I stopped hoping anyone would come. A heavy pause. His voice grows softer, edged with sorrow. You take my scales, measure my strength, record my pain. But you do not ask my story. You do not give me a name. A ripple of discomfort passes through the lab. The scientist, clipboard wavering, says nothing. The merman's words linger, echoing in the sterile air. A bitter truth, finally spoken. The camera lingers on his face, caught between defiance and sorrow, as the scene fades to the low hum of machines and the gentle lapping of water. The silence hangs, heavy, uncertain, until the scientist clears her throat, voice softer than before. No one should live without a name, she murmurs, setting aside her clipboard. You deserve more than a number. She kneels beside the tank, her tone surprisingly earnest. If you could choose, what would you call yourself? The merman blinks, startled. It's clear he's never been asked. She tries again, her words clumsy but sincere. What's your favorite color? He considers, iridescent tail shimmering. Blue, he says quietly. Like the deep, and the sky above it, and if you could travel anywhere, she prompts, a tentative smile. A planet, perhaps? He thinks, lips quirking as he remembers something from a story overheard in the lab. Oceanus, he says, testing the sound. He laughs, a clear, bubbling sound, awkward but genuine. No, wait, that's too grand, but the word lingers, filling the empty spaces inside him. The scientist's smile grows. Why not? Names can be as grand as you want. He straightens shoulders back, voice stronger now. Then call me Oceanus. A pause, then a spark of mischief. Or, Prince Oceanus. He grins, the weight of numbers slipping away. Prince Oceanus, he repeats, savouring each syllable. The scientist nods, respect in her eyes. Welcome, Prince Oceanus. The camera pulls back, lingering on his smile. A small, defiant miracle in a world of glass steel. For the first time, hope ripples through the water. As the last echoes of his new name fade, the scientist hesitates, then slips off her glasses. Her eyes gleam with a secret. You should know who I am too, she says, voice steady. My name is Artie. I'm not just a scientist. I'm a ninja witch from another time. Prince Oceanus stares, disbelief mingling with wonder. A ninja witch, he repeats, almost laughing. That sounds like something from the stories I heard before they brought me here. Artie's smile is gentle but fierce. Stories are realer than most think. I'm part of a group called the Time Benders. We protect what matters, magic, hope, the threads of fate. The merman's gaze drifts, haunted. They captured me from my home. I remember the nets, the lights. They made me change, to prove I could. He closes his eyes, scales fading, legs trembling as they emerge. It hurt, but I survived. Artie nods, understanding shadowing her face. You're braver than you know, and you're not alone. Oceanus's eyes widen with curiosity. You've met others like me? Magria, the siren? The fairy sisters? The starborn child? Artie's eyes dance. Allies, friends, legends. Yes, we've journeyed with them, faced dangers and wonders. Magria's song still echoes in my memory. Miranda, Morgana, even the slime princess, Gina, saved us more than once. Oceanus laughs, all softening his features. I thought I was the only one, but you, all of you, you're like a family. Artie reaches through the glass, her palm pressed to his. That's what the Time Benders are, a family of the extraordinary, and now, Prince Oceanus, you're part of the story. The camera pulls back, the sterile lab fading into possibility. Hope glimmers anew, shimmering between glass and magic, as two unlikely allies forge the beginning of a daring escape. Artie reaches into her satchel, withdrawing a small vial swirling with iridescent light. This will help, she whispers, her voice steady, but full of promise. A memory potion, crafted for lost souls, for those who need to remember what truly matters. Prince Oceanus hesitates, then takes the vial. The liquid glimmers, reflecting fragments of forgotten worlds. He closes his eyes and drinks. A rush of images floods his mind, crystal palaces beneath sunlit waves, laughter echoing through coral halls. He remembers his father Poseidon, mighty and kind, his mother Amphitrite, gentle as the tides, siblings, friends, feasts, games among gods and mortals. He remembers his own power, his purpose, the love that shaped him. Tears glisten on his cheeks as he opens his eyes, the weight of truth and belonging settling in his heart. Thank you, Artie, he breathes, voice trembling with awe. You've given me back my story. Artie smiles, unlocking the glass cell with a whispered spell. It's time to write the next chapter. together. Side by side, they slip through shadowed corridors, hearts pounding with hope and courage. The lab's cold walls fade behind them, replaced by the promise of freedom and the unknown. At the edge of the world, Oceanus pauses, turning to Artie. I won't forget you or the Time Benders United. Wherever the tides take me, I'll remember this family, and I'll find you again. Artie nods, hope shining in her eyes. Until then, Prince Oceanus. The story isn't over. As they vanish into the night, the legend of the Time Benders grows, one memory and one reunion at a time. The cell is dim, moonlight slanting through barred windows, painting silver on cold stone floors. Nick, Eilif, enters quietly, the door clanging shut behind him. Across the room, Zara sits on her bunk, her posture rigid, eyes flickering with wariness beneath the soft glow. Neither speaks for a moment, the silence filled only by the distant echo of footsteps and the hum of the prison at night. Zara turns away, pulling her blanket tighter, feigning sleep. But as the guard's footsteps fade down the corridor, she can't help but glance over. Nick sits on the opposite bunk, gaze lowered, shoulders tense but non-threatening. Suddenly, Zara's voice breaks the silence. Soft, almost startled. I'm just another inmate. She hesitates, forcing a polite tone despite the rumors that swirl around this newcomer. What's your name? Nick looks up, a faint, careful smile on his lips. Eilif, Nick. Nice to meet you. Zara nods slowly, studying his face for any sign of deception. I'm Zara. We're in a low-security prison. Her words are measured, every syllable weighed. She watches him closely, trying to decide if he's a friend. She watches him closely, trying to decide if he's a threat. The silence stretches again, but it's less sharp now, cautious curiosity replacing raw fear. Zara shifts, sitting up on her bed, her guard still up, but her eyes reflecting a glimmer of trust. In the quiet, two strangers share the same shadows, each with secrets, each searching for an ally or at least understanding. The night deepens, and in the hush, the first fragile thread of an uneasy alliance is spun. In the dim silence of the cell, time seems to stand still. Zara's eyes dart to the barred window. Zara's gaze lands on her cellmate. Moonlight paints restless patterns on her face. She draws a breath, her voice barely above a whisper, as if the truth might shatter the fragile calm. Zara, I was convicted for a crime I didn't commit. I'm here because the justice system failed me. Her words hang in the air, defiance, vulnerability. Across the narrow space, Nick looks up, his expression unreadable, shadows flicker across his features. Nick, a time portal? Are you serious? Zara studies Nick, curiosity battling disbelief. Is he mocking her? Or is there a flicker of sincerity in his eyes? A hint of secrets deeper than her own? Zara, he's another inmate. Not sure what he's here for, but some rumors say he has a violent past. Her gaze sharpens, searching Nick's face for any sign of threat. The silence thickens, the distant drip of water, and the muffled sounds of the prison at night. Zara, and what exactly did Victor say? Nick hesitates, weighing his next words. The cell feels smaller now, the walls pressing in with the weight of confessions unspoken. Trust, suspicion, two lives bound by circumstance, uncertain if the next secret will save them or doom them both. As the night deepens, the shadows in the cell grow darker, but so too does the possibility of understanding. Fragile, flickering, and just out of reach. The air in the cell grows colder. Zara recoils from Nick's strange words. Her confusion sharpens into unease. She backs away. The moonlight catches the edge of her jaw. Zara! Did you say, honey, my love? She shakes her head, voice trembling with frustration and disbelief. Zara! I told you I didn't do anything. Zara! I was framed. I'm innocent. I swear, Zara. And don't call me honey or anything like that. Zara, we barely know each other. Nick's eyes cloud with something unplaceable. He doesn't answer right away. He stares at the cracked wall. Zara? What are you talking about? Zara, married Zara, daughter Zara, Astra. Her words hang between them, heavy with suspicion. She steps further back. A chill crawls up her spine. Is Nick mocking her? Or is he truly lost in some fractured reality? Nick finally speaks, his voice barely audible. Nick, sometimes. I see faces in dreams. Nick, a girl. Her name's Astra. Nick, and you. You're always there, calling me back. Nick. It feels real, even now. He looks up, his eyes pleading for understanding. Nick? Maybe I'm losing it. Nick. Or maybe there's another life out there. Nick. One where none of this happened. Zara studies him, fear warring with a strange flicker of empathy. For a moment, the cell seems to dissolve. Distant laughter, the warmth of forgotten sunlight, the echo of a child's voice. But as the moment passes, the darkness returns. Zara's guard is back up, but something in her expression has softened. Zara, we're both trapped here, Nick. Zara may be haunted by things we can't explain. Zara, but I'm not your honey. Zara, not now, not ever. A fragile silence settles between them, uncertainty, but also the faintest thread of connection. In the gloom, the first hints of dawn begin to seep through the bars. Past and present might collide in ways neither of them can yet imagine. Zara's arms tighten across her chest, her glare unwavering as she turns to Eilif. Eilif stands in the dim corner of the cell, half-shadowed, silent until now. Nick's confusion lingers in the air, heavy as fog. Eilif's eyes flicker with a strange light. He hesitates, then steps forward, his voice low but clear, almost haunted. You're both asking the wrong questions. Zara's suspicion sharpens. She takes another step back, the bars at her spine. What are you talking about, Eilif? Eilif's gaze drifts past them, as if searching for something just out of reach. I remember. Something. Not from here. Not from now. Nick's breath catches. The cell seems to shrink, the silence broken only by Eilif's trembling words. A field of blue flowers, a house with yellow windows, and laughter. Yours, Zara, and Astra's. Zara's anger falters, confusion surfacing. No, that's impossible. I've never... Eilif interrupts, voice growing steadier. You wore a green ribbon. Nick, you carved a wooden star. I watched you. I watched both of you. Before any of this, a hush falls. Zara shakes her head, but her glare is gone. Stop it. This is some kind of trick. Eilif steps closer, earnest and afraid. I wish it was. The dawn light grows stronger, painting gold across the stone floor. 3 prisoners, united by chains, and by memories that refuse to stay buried. As the first sunbeam touches Zara's face, her eyes glisten. Not with anger, but with fear. The cell is silent, but the past has begun to speak. Zara's mind reels her thoughts, a tangle of denial and disbelief. The cell's heavy silence is shattered by a sudden, shimmering distortion in the air. A faint ripple, like light bending underwater, dances against the stone wall. A close ripple detail shimmers and warps the air. Nick stares wide-eyed as the ripple grows, expanding until the outline of a figure forms within the haze. Astra steps through, her presence both familiar and otherworldly. Her eyes glow with a quiet power, and the air around her hums with starlit energy. She looks older, changed, her gaze carrying the weight of memories Zara cannot recall. Zara's breath catches, her confusion deepens, mingling with awe and fear. Astra, how is this possible? Astra offers a gentle, knowing smile. You don't remember yet, Mama, but you will. I had to come before the timeline closes. Before we lose our chance. Eilif draws back, wonder etched across his face. Nick's disbelief wars with longing. The cell no longer feels like a prison, but the crossroads of something far greater. Astra steps closer to Zara, her hand outstretched. You aren't alone. None of us are. The memories, they're the key. But we have to trust each other, even when it hurts. Zara hesitates, her hand trembling as she reaches for Astra's. The touch is electric. A surge of warmth, a flicker of forgotten laughter, a glimpse of a life lived beyond these walls. The cell fills with golden light, shadows retreating as the rift pulses with possibility. For a heartbeat, the past and present blur, and the future begins to whisper. In this moment, faced with the impossible, Zara must decide, cling to the safety of denial, or step into the unknown, guided by a daughter. She barely remembers, and a hope she cannot name. Zara's voice trembles, torn between recognition and confusion. Why, yes, I remember you as my daughter, but this doesn't make sense. Why are you here? Why don't I remember these things? Who is this man you claim to be my husband? Her face contorts in frustration, the struggle to piece together her own story evident in every breath. Astra's eyes soften, her star-lit glow flickering with empathy. I know it hurts, Mama. The timeline, it's been rewritten so many times. The pieces don't always fit. She kneels before Zara, her hand never letting go. You remember me because our bond is stronger than time itself. But Victor, he's not lost to you, just hidden. Someone or something took those memories to protect you or to control you. Nick's jaw clenches, pain flashing behind his eyes. I don't want to be a stranger to you, Zara. But Astra's right. This isn't your fault. None of it is. Eilif stands silent, watching with a sorrowful understanding. The golden light from the rift shimmers, casting long shadows as Zara clutches at her head, searching for what isn't there. It's like a hole, a gaping hole where memories should be. Astra leans closer, her presence a beacon in the swirling uncertainty. We can heal it together, but you have to trust us, even if it hurts, even if the truth is more impossible than any lie. The cell is silent, but for Zara's ragged breaths, the rift pulses, echoing the ache of what's lost and the hope of what might yet be found. For the first time, Zara lets herself weep, not from fear, but from longing. Astra pulls her close, and in that embrace, the future quivers, uncertain, but full of possibility. As the light fades, Zara's choice lingers in the air, to cling to fractured comfort, or to risk everything for the chance to reclaim what was stolen. The timeline waits for her answer. The throne room is cast in flickering torchlight, shadows dancing over ancient stone. At its heart, the Dragon King towers above all, a living legend, his scales glinting gold crimson, his horns scrape the ceiling, each word he utters making the walls tremble. His gaze is fixed, unyielding. You have taken something of mine, his voice booms, echoing through the cavernous hall, so I shall take something of yours. A low, menacing chuckle rumbles from deep within his chest, the sound vibrating through the air. Eyes narrowed, he leans forward, scales shimmering ominously. You're far from innocent, he sneers. I want to make a deal. Let me guess. You know what I'm going to ask for. His tail coils, tension rising. You are more clueless than you look, he declares, the words as sharp as dragonfire. I want you to willingly surrender and come to my castle. He draws in closer, breath hot and heavy, sending chills down the listener's spine. I know everything about you, everything the kingdom has hidden, he whispers, voice laced with secrets. With a swift movement, his massive hand seizes her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze, ancient eyes burning with knowledge and desire. I know your real name. I know you come from a place that hates you. I know you are a princess.
A dragon, a woman.
And most of all, you're mine. He pulls her closer, his grip both possessive and gentle, his claws tracing the curve of her spine. His final words are soft yet unyielding.
Correct.
And a dragon princess at that. The room grows silent, the ultimatum lingering in the air. The fate of kingdoms now rests on a choice, surrender or the spark of rebellion that could ignite a war between dragons and mortals alike. The silence after the Dragon King's admission hangs heavy, broken only by the crackle of torches. His grip softens, uncertainty flickering across his regal features. But she, heart pounding, does not shrink away. She lifts her chin, eyes blazing with a courage born of centuries of exile and longing. Her voice cuts through the tension, steady and proud. You think you know everything about me. My name, my pain, my power. But you don't know my heart. She places a gentle but firm hand on his chest, feeling the thunder of his heartbeat beneath scales. His tail loosens, confusion deepening in his golden eyes. You speak of belonging, of possession. But I am not a prize to be claimed, nor a secret to be kept in your shadowed halls. A hush falls over the throne room. Even the torches seem to dim, as if the castle itself holds its breath. If you truly know me, then you know what I fear most is losing myself. I will not surrender, not to you, not to anyone, unless it is my choice. She steps back, wings unfurling in a shimmer of iridescent scales, casting rainbow glints on the ancient stone. The Dragon King's expression shifts, pride warring with something deeper, almost vulnerable. If you want an alliance, let it be forged in truth, not threats. Let it be my decision, not your decree. Her words echo through the chamber, the fate of dragons and mortals hanging in the balance. The Dragon King's jaw tightens, torn between anger and admiration. As the torches flare brighter, the princess stands her ground, no longer just a captive, but a force to be reckoned with. The next move is his, and the world waits to see if he will meet her defiance with respect or with ruin. The torchlight flickers, shadows dancing across ancient stone, the throne room tense and expectant. Xena, the lost princess, alive before him. For a heartbeat, time itself seems to slow. The revelation hangs in the air, heavy as thunderclouds. A hush falls, broken only by the ragged breath of the king, and the steady, defiant gaze of Xena. Her hands tremble, not with fear, but with the weight of memories long buried. Images flash, a cradle of golden scales, lullabies sung in forgotten tongues, a crown too heavy for a child's brow. Slowly, she steps back, the truth shimmering in her eyes. The court, silent and wide-eyed, dares not move. The king's voice softens, disbelief and awe mingling in every word. Senna, the world believed you lost, but here you stand, my daughter, my heir. Xena's lips part. I was never truly gone, only hidden, waiting for the world and for myself to remember who I am. Her scales glimmer, iridescent in the firelight. Old wounds and new hope collide within her heart. The king falls to one knee, not as a sovereign, but as a father reunited with his child. The court gasps, the walls themselves seeming to sigh with centuries of relief. Xena approaches, her wings folding around her like a cloak. She kneels beside him, not to submit, but to share in the moment of truth. Their hands clasp, claws and scales entwined, old rifts mending in the glow of newfound kinship. In that moment, the legend of the lost dragon princess is reborn, not as a rumor or a ghost, but as a living promise, a beacon for all who have ever been lost, waiting to be found. As the music swells, the throne room is transformed, not by magic, but by the power of truth and the courage to claim it. The future of dragons, the future of mortals, the future of the world itself, because the lost princess has found her voice, her name, her destiny. The silence in the throne room is shattered by the king's trembling voice, his confession echoing louder than any royal decree. Xena's eyes widen, confusion flickering beneath her iridescent scales. Her memories swirl, fragmented images of otherness, of feeling out of place, of believing herself something less, something strange. The word slime, the word dragon colliding like lightning and thunder. The king's hand, once stern, now gentles as he brushes a tear from her cheek. His gaze softens, pain and longing etched deep within his ancient eyes. All these years, you believed you were nothing but a shadow, a mistake. You are my daughter, born of fire, of legend. No matter what you thought, your blood is royal, your spirit unbreakable. Xena recoils, her voice barely more than a whisper. But I never fit. I never felt the fire. I was always different. The king kneels before her, abandoning all pretense of power. Being different is what makes you strong. You are both dragon and more. Your journey, your struggles, your kindness. That is your true heritage. Not just the crown, but the courage it takes to wear it. He releases her, letting her choose, his eyes shining with hope. Xena's hands tremble as she reaches for the crown. For the first time, she lifts it not as a burden, but as a promise. The court watches, spellbound, as she places it atop her head. The ancient magic of the dragon shimmers through her veins, and the room glows with a new gentle light. I am Xena, dragon princess, daughter, heir, and I choose to stand for all who feel lost, so we may all find our way home. As the king rises to embrace her, the throne room erupts in a chorus of hope, old wounds healing, new futures dawning. The legend of Xena is no longer a secret or a sorrow, it is a legacy reborn in truth. The music swells, carrying their story into a world that at last is ready to believe. The throne room's hopeful glow is snuffed out in an instant. The Dragon King's eyes, moments ago softened by confession, now harden with a possessive gleam. He seizes Xena's chin, forcing her to face him, his grip both desperate and domineering. His voice rumbles low and dangerous. Listen to me, you silly girl. I'm telling you the truth. You are a dragon princess. There's no denying that. You have the blood of dragons in your veins. You have the ability to shapeshift. You are the lost princess, lost a long time ago. Stop being stubborn and accept who you are. A flicker of suspicion ignites when Xena utters the name Morgana. The king's grip tightens, his nostrils flaring. Where did you hear that from? And what exactly did they tell you about me and Morgana? The truth unravels faster than either can control. Anger flashes. Yes, she promised me a child, but she tricked me. The damned sea witch took my pearl and vanished. But then, realization breaks through his fury. His hands tremble as he pulls Xena close, voice cracking with a strange protective tenderness. Wait, your mother? Before you're the child that Morgana promised me, the world narrows to the two of them, father and daughter, bound by secrets and ancient magic. That's why you never knew your true identity. She left you to grow up without knowing who you truly were. Yes, you were created through magic. That's why you have the ability to shapeshift, and why you thought you were a slime all this time. But the king's love is a cage as much as a shield. He draws Zena closer, voice low and possessive. No, no, no. Stop saying that. You're not a slime, you're not a shapeshifter, you're a dragon princess, and you're mine. Understand, you belong to me. His words hang in the air, heavy as chains. His gaze sears into hers, fierce and unyielding. You're mine, my dragoness. The moment teeters between tenderness and tyranny. He pinches her cheek, a half-hearted attempt at playfulness masking the storm beneath. I'm not singing, you little idiot, I'm talking. The throne room, once a place of revelation and hope, now pulses with new tension. A father's love twisted by loss, a daughter's destiny caught between freedom and possession. In the shadows, the legacy of dragons is not just about power or blood, about who will claim it, about who will break free. From the echoing throne room, Zena slips into the corridor of destiny, her past still clinging to her like the shimmer of her scales. She steps from the shadows, each movement deliberate, the weight of her father's words still echoing in her mind. The world outside the Dragon King's domain feels impossibly vast, yet for the first time she can choose her own direction. The Time Benders gathered in quiet anticipation sense the arrival of something extraordinary. Conversations fade to silence. Even Nick falls silent, eyes wide with wonder. Xena's iridescent scales catch the lantern light casting kaleidoscopic patterns across ancient stones. She stands tall, gaze wary and searching. A princess burdened by legacy, hungry for belonging. Rebecca steps forward first, voice gentle but strong. Welcome, Zena. You're safe here. Whatever you were told, whatever chains you carried, you don't have to bear them alone. Artie offers a tentative smile, sensing the storm beneath Zena's calm. Astra, feeling the ripple of magic, bows in respect. Zena hesitates, claws flexing, draws a shaky breath. I don't know what I am anymore. My father says I'm his, that I'm a dragon princess. But I was a slime, or at least I thought I was. I don't know who I'm meant to be. A hush falls, heavy with understanding. The Time Benders, marked by fractured pasts, recognize the ache of searching for identity. Nick steps forward, offering a hand. You're one of us now, and together we'll help you find who you truly want to become. Xena allows a small, hopeful smile for the first time. Surrounded by new allies, the chains of blood and destiny begin to loosen. The Dragon Princess's legend is no longer her burden alone. It becomes the spark of a new beginning. The corridor is thick with anticipation as Zena steps forward. Her iridescent form shifting, scales glimmering, then melting into soft, human skin. She stands before the Time Benders, her eyes bright with the vulnerability of someone revealing a secret long kept. My name is Zena. I am the daughter of the Dragon King, born of fire and scales. But I am more than that. I am a shapeshifter. I once called the slime realm my home. I have lived as a monster. I have lived as a maiden, never certain where I belonged. A ripple of awe moves through the group. Nick's hand drops to his side, uncertain. Artie's eyes widen in wonder. Rebecca's expression softens, recognizing the courage it takes to bear one's truth. Miss Collette steps forward, the lamplight casting a golden halo around her. To be many things is not a curse, Zena, but a gift. In this place we honor every piece of your story. You are welcome here, not for what you are, but for who you choose to become. Zena bows her head, relief flickering across her face. She draws a shaky breath, sharing the ache that has shaped her journey. My father exiled me for what I could not control. I wandered, searching for a place to call home, for people who would see me not just the dragon, not just the slime, but all of me. I feared I would never belong. A silence deep and full of understanding settles over the corridor. The Time Benders exchange glances, marked by difference, marked by exile, marked by scars of old worlds. Their wariness softens into acceptance. You found us now, and we see you. Miss Collette places a reassuring hand on Zena's shoulder. Your journey is far from over, child, but you no longer walk it alone. As Zena looks around at her newfound allies, her heart swells with cautious hope. In the glow of lantern light, a new chapter begins, not just for the Dragon Princess, for all who seek a home beyond the boundaries of what they were told to be. The corridor glows with a newfound warmth as Zena's confession lingers in the air. Silence blossoms into something richer, a quiet invitation. One by one, the Time Benders step forward, their faces half lit by lantern-light eyes shining with the courage to share. Magria is the first. I was born beneath the ruins, where the sirens sing and shadows coil. For years I hid my voice, fearing the darkness it could summon. But among you, I have learned that my song can heal as well as haunt. I am more than a siren. I am a friend, and I choose to fight for hope. Rebecca's gaze meets Zena's, steady and kind. I come from a rift, a time torn apart. I lost my family to the storm of what-ifs, but here I found a purpose. I am not just a lost girl from a broken timeline. I am a seeker, a protector, and now a sister to all who wander. Nick shifts, his hands fidgeting, but his eyes are clear. Once I was just a boy with a broken time compass and a friend I couldn't save. I thought that made me weak, but you all showed me that scars are proof we survived, that every mistake can be a new beginning. My name is Nick, and I am more than my regrets. Artie steps forward, her presence gentle but firm. My journey began in the shadows, always running, always hiding what made me different. Magic in my world was a curse, but here it's a light. I am Artie, daughter of exiles, weaver of spells, and now a believer in second chances. The group draws closer, the invisible threads of their stories weaving together into something unbreakable. In their shared vulnerability, they discover a bond far stronger than fear. Trust is no longer a hope, it is a promise. Zena lifts her head, eyes shining with tears and gratitude. She is no longer alone. Around her, the Time Benders stand as one, each marked by hardship, each transformed by acceptance. Together, they realize their destinies are not solitary paths, but a tapestry intertwined by fate, strengthened by choice. In this corridor of light and shadow, a family is forged. As the lanterns flicker, the Time Benders unite, not just in purpose, but in belonging, and the future, for the first time, feels wide open. A hush falls over the corridor as the last words of belonging settle into the air. But the silence is short-lived. The lanterns flicker, casting wild shadows on the ancient stone. A chill wind spirals through the cracks of time. From the darkness, a shape emerges, a force older than any legend, its presence heavy with the promise of chaos. The Time Benders instinctively draw close, forming a protective circle around Denne, Artie's hands glowing with woven spells, Magria's song trembling on the edge of her lips, Rebecca's eyes sharp and vigilant, Nick's grip tight on his repaired time compass. For a heartbeat, fear threatens to unravel the tapestry they've just woven. The ancient adversary speaks, its voice echoing with the weight of centuries, demanding Denne's surrender. Her power, her essence, her very soul. The corridor trembles. Xena staggers, memories of loneliness and exile surging back. But as she looks around, their faces shining with trust and courage, something within her ignites. The Time Benders stand tall, each unleashing their gifts in perfect harmony. Artie's magic forms a shimmering barrier. Magria's melody weaves through the chaos, soothing and strengthening. Rebecca's resolve anchors the group, her voice a rallying call. Nick's time compass pulses, bending the flow of moments to slow the oncoming threat. In the heart of this storm, Xena's true nature awakens. Scales shimmer across her skin, wings unfurl in a blaze of emerald and gold. Her eyes blaze with ancient fire. The corridor is filled with light as she rises, a dragon of legend, magnificent and unafraid. Together they push back the darkness. The ancient force recoils, unable to break the unity forged by trust and love. Xena's roar shakes the very fabric of time, her power no longer hidden but embraced. By herself and by her found family. As the threat fades, the Time Benders gather around Denne, no longer just protectors but equals. In the glow of her transformation, they realize their unity is their greatest strength. The tapestry of their destinies, once fragile, now shines unbreakable. The battle ends, but a new chapter begins. In the wake of danger, their bond is stronger than ever. And with Denne's dragon form blazing in the lantern light, hope soars, limitless and free. As the last echoes of the ancient adversary fade into memory, the corridor is transformed. Lantern light softens, replaced by the gentle golden glow of dawn filtering through cracks in the stone. The battle is over, but its impact lingers, etched in every relieved smile, every shared glance. Xena stands at the heart of the group, her dragon wings folded, scales shimmering with the first rays of morning. For a moment she hesitates, uncertain, vulnerable. But then Artie steps forward, her hands still tingling with magic. With a warm smile she extends her hand. We're more than just guardians of time, we're a family. Welcome home, Xena. One by one the others gather around. Magria hums a gentle melody of belonging. Rebecca offers a nod of respect, her eyes sparkling with pride. Nick grins, holding up the time compass, a symbol of their shared journey. There are no grand ceremonies, no ancient rites, just a simple, powerful moment of acceptance. Xena's eyes glisten with unshed tears as she clasps their hands, feeling the warmth of true belonging for the first time. Together, the Time Benders United step into the growing light. Laughter fills the corridor, mingling with the promise of new adventures. The burdens of the past feel lighter, replaced by the hope and possibility of the future. As the sun rises, Xena glances at her new friends, her chosen family. The fear of exile fades, replaced by the certainty that, whatever challenges lie ahead, they will face them together. And in that unity, they are stronger than any legend, any curse. The next chapter awaits, unwritten, and theirs to shape. As golden morning settles over the corridor, the warm light spills across stone. The Time Benders United gather in a circle, hands and feet forming the ring. The echoes of battle fade, replaced by the soft murmur of camaraderie. Xena, Oceanus. Zena and Oceanus, side by side, are ushered to the center, no longer outsiders, but celebrated friends. Artie conjures a shimmering table from thin air, sweet breads from ancient markets, sparkling fruits from distant stars, steaming mugs of spiced cocoa. Laughter bubbles up as Magria recounts her first magical mishap. Magria's tail flicking in embarrassment. Nick spins the tale of the time compass's wildest detour. Playful groans and applause ripple through the group. Oceanus, usually reserved, surprises everyone with a tale of underwater mischief. Coral forests, vivid, colourful underwater gardens. Mischievous sea sprites dancing between the fronds. Even Rebecca, stoic and strong, shares a rare smile. She mimics Colette's legendary library shush. Stories weave between them, each thread binding the group tighter. For Zena, each story is a bridge, a way to cross the chasm of loneliness she once knew. She listens, then shares her own, a memory of the slime kingdom, of learning to fly for the first time, of the fear and exhilaration of transformation. The group listens, rapt, their acceptance unwavering. As the feast winds down, Artie raises her cup in a toast. To new beginnings and the family we choose. The group echoes her words, voices overlapping in a chorus of hope. Oceanus smiles, the burden of his old life melting away in the warmth of newfound friendship. In this moment, the Time Benders United are not just guardians of time, they are a tapestry of stories, laughter, second chances. The corridor is filled with joy as the first adventure of this new chapter begins. Every heart is lighter, every bond stronger. Side by side, they face the dawn, ready for whatever wonders and trials the future holds. As the days unfold within the corridor, a gentle shift weaves through the tapestry of the Time Benders United. Artie and Oceanus, once simply allies, are now often found together, shoulders brushing as they pore over ancient maps, laughter echoing as they share secret jokes only they understand. In the soft glow of twilight, Artie conjures tiny floating lanterns, letting their light drift above the feast table. Oceanus, his eyes reflecting the gentle gold, offers her a shell he found in the depths, a token, he says, of worlds unseen. Their hands linger as they exchange it, a spark passing quietly between them. The group notices the subtle change. Zena nudges Magria. Magria grins knowingly. Rebecca, ever observant, raises an eyebrow. Even Nick, usually lost in his own inventions, pauses to smirk. One afternoon, the two slip away from the bustle, wandering beneath the corridor's archways. Oceanus confides in Artie his fears of never belonging, of being adrift between worlds. She listens, her presence a steady anchor. In return, she shares her own doubts, the weight of responsibility, the fear of letting her friends down. It is in these moments, away from the eyes of others, that their bond deepens. A gentle touch of hands, a quiet promise to face the future together, no matter what tides may come. Their laughter blends with the song of the corridor, a melody of hope and new beginnings. Back at the feast, the others exchange smiles, some teasing, some warm. Whenever Artie and Oceanus return, side by side and smiling wider than before. The group's joy swells, their unity strengthened by the blossoming connection. In the corridor, where time bends and destinies entwine, love quietly finds its place among heroes. As laughter drifts through the corridor, music drifts through the corridor, another subtle rhythm stirs beneath the surface. Zena, the enigmatic shapeshifter, lingers at the edge of the feast, her eyes occasionally flickering toward Rebecca. Rebecca, usually so sure and steady, feels her pulse quicken every time their gazes meet across the lantern-lit hall. It begins with shared silences, moments when the world around them blurs and only the two of them remain. They exchange secret glances, smiles, raised eyebrows during the bustle of planning. When Rebecca's hand brushes against Gainer's while passing a platter at the table, both freeze, a blush colouring Rebecca's cheeks, a rare softness flickering in Zena's eyes. Later, beneath a moonlit archway, they find themselves alone. The air is thick with things unsaid. Zena, usually so unflappable, fidgets with a silver ring on her finger. Rebecca breaks the silence with a nervous laugh, confiding her uncertainty, her fears that the others might not understand, that their connection might unbalance the fragile harmony of the group. Zena responds not with words, but with a gentle touch to Rebecca's hand, anchoring her in the present. "We don't have to have all the answers," she whispers, voice low and steady. "Let's just be here, together." In the quiet that follows, the corridor itself seems to sigh in relief. A new bond forms, delicate but strong, woven from trust and the courage to hope. As they return to the warmth of their friends, their secret is safe, for now, but the spark between them, like the lanterns floating overhead, cannot be hidden for long. And so, in the heart of the corridor, two more souls find each other, their connection quietly lighting the way forward. As dawn's first light spills through the corridor windows, the Time Benders gather in the heart of their makeshift home. The air is alive with anticipation, a sense that something momentous is about to unfold. Artie stands beside Oceanus, her eyes shining, his hand steady in hers. The group falls silent as Oceanus, voice trembling with joy, announces, "We've chosen each other. No more secrets, no more hiding." A cheer erupts, laughter echoing off ancient stone. Friends swarm the new couple, offering hugs, blessings, and playful teasing. In the midst of celebration, Zena and Rebecca linger at the edge of the circle. Their earlier glances, once uncertain, now hold a quiet resolve. As the group's attention turns to them, Rebecca takes a shaky breath. "There's something we'd like to share, too." She looks at Zena, who nods, a rare vulnerability in her eyes. "We're giving this a chance," Zena says softly, her hand finding Rebecca's. The words hang in the air, met first by stunned silence, then by a swell of warmth, smiles, encouragement, and a spontaneous round of applause. Artie pulls them both into a hug, whispering, "You're safe with us." Oceanus grins. "About time." The group's acceptance wraps around them like a protective cloak. The corridor feels brighter, the burden of secrecy finally lifted. As the feast resumes, laughter and music fill the hall. Zena and Rebecca exchange a look, equal parts relief and excitement. Across the table, Artie and Oceanus beam, their happiness contagious. For a brief, perfect moment, the world outside fades away. Here, in the company of friends, love is not just possible, it's celebrated. Above them, the lanterns burn a little brighter, their light reflecting the hope and courage now kindled in every heart. The celebration swells as news of new love and courage ripples through the corridor. Friends rush forward, a chorus of laughter, cheers, heartfelt congratulations. Artie squeezes Oceanus's hand, her eyes shining with pride as she watches. Zena steps into the circle of acceptance. Rebecca steps into the circle of acceptance. Barnaby, ever the mischief maker, raises a goblet of sparkling cider to love in all its wild, wonderful forms. Nick grins and nudges Rebecca. "You always did have a flair for surprises." Astra, her eyes star bright, envelopes Zena in a warm embrace. "You're exactly who you're meant to be." Even the more reserved members, like Lyra, offer a gentle smile, and KAI offers a gentle smile. The music shifts, a lively melody fills the air. Inviting everyone to dance, Artie and Oceanus are swept onto the floor. Xena joins them. Rebecca joins them. The rest of the Time Benders follow. The dance becomes a joyful whirlwind. No boundaries, no judgment. Friends, family, and the freedom to be true to themselves. Laughter rings out, echoing off ancient stones. For a moment, the weight of battles, secrets, and shadows lifts. In its place, pure joy, acceptance, and the promise of new beginnings. Lanterns flicker overhead, their glow mingling with the hope that fills every heart. Tonight, the Time Benders celebrate not just new love, but the courage it takes to choose it, and the family that stands ready to lift them higher. In this chorus of joy, everyone belongs. As the echoes of laughter fade from the grand hall, Artie, Oceanus, Xena, Rebecca slip away from the festivities, hands intertwined spirits light. The night air is cool, lanterns bobbing softly. They wander out into the city beyond the corridor's ancient walls. Their destination, a small enchanting cinema, time-worn bookshops, glowing street lamps. The marquee promises adventure, romance, a little bit of magic, perfect for four hearts brimming with hope. Inside, the velvet seats are plush, the lights dim. Oceanus, ever the gentleman, buys the largest bucket of popcorn, which quickly becomes a shared treasure. Artie giggles, Xena and Rebecca jostle playfully for the next handful, kernels scattering like confetti. The movie begins, an old favourite, full of daring escapes, heartwarming reunions. Laughter bubbles up as Oceanus makes witty commentary. Artie wipes away a tear at the film's sweetest moment. Xena leans into Rebecca, their smiles reflected in the silver light of the screen. Here, in this ordinary magic, time slows. For a few precious hours, there are no shadows, no secrets, just the simple joy of being together. When the credits roll, they linger, reluctant to break the spell. Outside, the city is hushed and golden. They promise this is only the first of many adventures. Tonight is for belonging, for laughter, for stories yet to be written, side by side beyond the boundaries of time. Together they step into the night, hearts full, futures bright, and the world waiting just beyond the next corner. The night is still young as Artie, Oceanus, Xena, Rebecca spill out from the cinema, laughter echoing down the lamplit streets. Their next stop is a retro bowling alley. Neon lights flicker, the scent of popcorn lingers, and the clatter of pins mixes with cheerful music. Shoes swapped for bright, mismatched rentals, the couple split into teams, Artie with Oceanus, Xena with Rebecca, each vowing playful victory. The first frames are a flurry of wild throws and exaggerated warm-ups. Oceanus, ever dramatic, lines up his shot with a wink. The ball spins down the lane, narrowly missing a spare, and he bows with theatrical flair. Artie's gentle encouragements turn to squeals of delight when she lands a perfect strike. Xena, competitive glint in her eye, mimics a pro stance, only for her ball to meander into the gutter, sparking a round of good-natured teasing. Rebecca's laughter is infectious as she high-fives Xena, promising redemption in the next round. Frames pass, scores rise and fall, but the tally hardly matters. Every spare is met with cheers, every gutter ball with hugs and playful nudges. Oceanus offers Artie a congratulatory spin after her lucky strike. Xena and Rebecca share a victory dance after a rare double spare. Between turns they share stories, dreams, and secret hopes for the future. The friendly rivalry blurs into a celebration of togetherness. every pin toppled, every laugh another thread in the tapestry of their bond. As the final frame ends, no one cares who won. They pile into a group hug, hearts pounding with joy, united in the glow of neon and the promise of tomorrow. Tonight they are more than friends, more than couples. They are family, chosen by adventure and sealed by joy. Hand in hand, they step back into the night, the world wide open, their laughter echoing long after the lanes have quieted. The neon glow of the bowling alley fades behind them as the group strolls into a cozy late-night pizzeria. Booths are filled with laughter and the scent of fresh dough, and the Time Benders find their own corner, a circle of warmth in the bustling city night. Plates piled high with cheesy slices and bubbling sodas, they settle in, elbows brushing, hearts open. Oceanus tries and fails to twirl his pizza like a pro, sending toppings sliding, and Artie's giggle is the spark that sets off another round of laughter. Denne challenges Rebecca to a friendly arcade game, their playful rivalry reignited in the glow of vintage machines. As the night stretches on, the games blur into shared stories, whispered fears, and hope spoken aloud for the first time. Rebecca, her voice soft, confides a dream she's held close, a future where she's never forced to choose between adventure and belonging. Zena, eyes shining, admits she's scared of losing herself in new roles and old expectations. Oceanus and Artie, hands entwined, share their wish to find a place together where both land and sea feel like home. The confessions are met not with judgment, but with understanding. Each promise, each secret is woven into the fabric of something bigger: trust, acceptance, love. The night deepens, and gratitude fills the space as much as laughter once did. As they step back into the cool air, the city quiet around them, there's a sense that something has shifted. The world is wide and uncertain, but together, the Time Benders United face it with open hearts. Their journey is far from over, but tonight they found a home in each other. And as dawn creeps closer, they walk on, side by side, ready for whatever adventure comes next. The sky blushes with the first hues of dawn. The Time Benders gather by the shore, the sand cool beneath their feet, the sea whispering secrets only the heart can hear. Lanterns flicker among driftwood arches, casting golden halos onto the waves. In the center, Artie stands radiant, her gown woven with silver threads and midnight blues, a subtle nod to her ninja witch heritage. Oceanus, regal and serene. He wears robes the color of deep water, a crown of shells and starlight rests on his brow. Friends, found family encircle them, each holding a luminous charm, a symbol of shared journeys and unspoken hopes. As the ceremony begins, enchantments shimmer in the air, petals dancing on the breeze, the scent of jasmine, salt mingling. The sea itself seems to lean closer, its song swelling as Oceanus gently takes Artie's hand. Their vows are whispered promises, bold declarations. Artie speaks of courage and choosing love, her voice steady as she pledges to stand beside Oceanus through every storm. Oceanus, eyes shining, promises to build a bridge between land and sea, a home wherever they are, as long as they are together. A blessing rises from the waves. Ancient sea spirits swirling in iridescent light, bestowing gifts of protection and joy. Magic flares as the two exchange rings, twin bands of silver, coral, pulsing with the energy of their union. The Time Benders cheer. The couple shares their first kiss, the air humming with enchantment and possibility. As dusk softens the sky, laughter and music fill the air. The feast is a tapestry of flavors, spiced breads, sea-sweet delicacies, moonlit toasts, heartfelt speeches. Zena leads a dance beneath lanterns, Rebecca's laughter ringing above the tide. Old wounds heal, new bonds are forged. For a moment the world feels whole. The wedding by the sea is not just a union of two souls, but a celebration of every journey, every risk, every act of hope that brought them here. As the stars emerge and the waves continue their eternal dance, the Time Benders United know, together they can face any destiny. As the last rays of sunset paint the waves in molten gold, the celebration lingers on, yet something wondrous remains. Lanterns drift higher, casting shimmering reflections across the sea. In a circle of gathered friends and family, Artie and Oceanus step forward, side by side, hands entwined. Their eyes meet, steady, sure, filled with the promise of forever. A hush falls over the gathering. Even the waves seem to pause, holding their breath. From the folds of her midnight gown, Artie produces a blade forged from moonstone and stormlight, a ninja witch heirloom, gleaming with ancient runes. Oceanus lifts a conch shell, its surface swirling with the power of the tides. Together they kneel at the water's edge, symbols of their worlds resting between them. Artie traces a sigil in the sand, her magic glowing silver and blue. Oceanus adds a spiral of bioluminescent energy, the light rippling outward like a heartbeat. As their powers touch, the air shivers, magic and ocean mingling, sparking with possibility. Chants rise from the Time Benders, words of hope, unity and transformation. The sigil blazes brighter. Artie and Oceanus press their palms together over the blade and shell, weaving their energies with intention and love. A pillar of light erupts, swirling with both lunar magic and seaborn divinity. The power surges outward, a wave of warmth and brilliance washing over everyone present. Old scars fade, new strengths awaken. The realms themselves seem to sigh in relief. Above, the stars shimmer as though in answer. A new constellation flickers into being, a symbol of their union, visible across every world the Time Benders have touched. As the light fades, Artie and Oceanus rise, transformed. Their bond is now woven into the very fabric of magic and tide. The crowd erupts in joy, laughter and tears. Friends embrace and the dance resumes. This time, with every step echoing the power of a love that changed the world. Tonight, the boundaries between land and sea magic and mortal past and future all dissolve. And in their place, a new legacy is born, radiant, unbreakable and infinite. Months have passed since the moonlit union that rewrote the tides of fate. Now, dawn breaks over the tranquil horizon, golden light caressing the quiet shores where time itself once held its breath. In a sun-dappled chamber, surrounded by friends and family, Artie and Oceanus cradle a miracle in their arms. A child born of two worlds. The baby's eyes open luminous with the depths of the ocean and the glow of ancient magic. Shimmering scales glint softly along tiny shoulders. A gentle, radiant aura pulses with every breath. The child's birthmark, a perfect trident entwined with a crescent moon, rests over their heart, glowing faintly as if to promise hope to all who see it. One by one, the Time Benders gather. Miss Collette whispers words of blessing, her voice trembling with joy. Rebecca, eyes bright with tears, places a protective charm woven from threads of past and future. Nick offers a gift, a token of courage. Astra offers a gift, a token of wisdom. Zara offers a gift, a token of wonder. The others present their gifts. The room fills with laughter, with music. with the hush of dreams being born. Outside, lanterns drift skyward once more, carrying the news of the child's arrival across every realm the time benders have touched. Even the sea responds, sending gentle waves to lap at the shore, as if to welcome its newest heir. Tonight, a new legacy begins, not just for Artie and Oceanus, but for all who walk between worlds. The child's first cry rings out, a promise, a prophecy, a song of unity that will echo through ages yet to come. And as the Time Benders United celebrate, hope rises with the sun. The future, once uncertain, now shimmers with infinite possibility. Months slip by in gentle waves, and the miracle child of Artie and Oceanus blossoms beneath watchful eyes. The sun rises over the tranquil shore, painting the world in hues of promise as the child's laughter echoes through the halls. From the earliest days, extraordinary gifts begin to emerge. Tiny hands weaving water into shimmering ribbons, eyes glowing with the spark of ancient magic. With a single breath, the child slips beneath the waves, moving with effortless grace, breathing as easily in the depths as on land. In quiet moments, Artie guides her child's first spells, whispers of wind, sparks of light, the delicate balance of power and restraint. Oceanus teaches the language of the sea, the art of listening to the tides, and on stormy nights, the secret of calling thunder and rain with a simple gesture. The time benders gather, awestruck. Rebecca watches as the child bends time for a heartbeat, turning a falling petal back to its stem. Nick laughs in delight as a playful storm cloud hovers above the baby's cradle, raining gentle droplets that swirl in midair. Astra, wise and patient, shares lessons of harmony, guiding the child to weave together the threads of ninja witch and godly heritage. As seasons change, the child grows strong, curious, and kind. Each gift is a promise, each lesson a bridge between worlds. Artie and Oceanus stand side by side, teaching their child not just to wield these powers, but to honor them, to use them with compassion, and to remember the legacy of unity that brought them here. Outside, the world stirs, rivers shimmer, forests whisper, and the sea sings a lullaby for its newest heir. The time benders know a new chapter has begun. In the heart of a child born of two worlds, hope and possibility dance, lighting the way for generations yet to come. On the golden edge of dawn, the family gathers at the shore, Artie, Oceanus, their radiant child laughter and magic sparkling in the morning light. The child's hands dance above the waves, weaving water into shapes that shimmer with possibility, casting rainbows across the sand. Around them, friends old and new stand united, Rebecca, Nick, Astra, and the Time Benders, each heart filled with awe and hope for what lies ahead. Artie rests her hand on Oceanus's, their eyes shining with pride and wonder as their child conjures a swirl of wind and water, the magic a living echo of everything they've fought for. The legend of the ninja witch godchild has become more than a prophecy. It is now a promise etched into every ripple, every breeze, every shared smile. Rebecca steps forward, her voice steady yet full of emotion. This is what we dreamed of, a future where our gifts unite us, not divide us, where the next generation can build bridges we never dared imagine. Laughter, gentle and bright, rings out as the child sends a playful spray of water into the air, which twists into a shining spiral, a symbol of unity and endless possibility. Friends gather closer, forming a circle of support, love, and belonging around the family. Astra places a hand on the child's shoulder, her wisdom a quiet blessing. With every choice, you shape not just your story, but the story of us all. The waves sing. The wind carries whispers of new beginnings. The Time Benders United stand together, stronger than ever, ready to embrace the dawn of a new era. One born not from fear or rivalry, but from hope, legacy, and the boundless magic of family. The legend lives on, carried in the hearts of all who witness this day, and in the laughter of a child destined to unite worlds. Before the legend, before the legacy, there was a moment. It began on a misty shoreline years ago, when the world was still brimming with secrets. The sky was painted in pale dawn hues as Artie wandered the sands, drawn by the whisper of the sea and the promise of something unknown. Her footsteps left fleeting prints, washed away by the gentle tide. In the distance, a figure emerged from the surf. Oceanus, hair glistening with salt water, eyes reflecting the restless blue of the waves. He moved with an easy confidence, yet there was a kindness in his gaze, a curiosity mirroring her own. For a heartbeat, time seemed to pause. Artie watched as Oceanus knelt by a stranded starfish, his hands glowing faintly with magic as he coaxed it gently back into the water. The magic shimmered, subtle and beautiful, and Artie felt the first stirrings of wonder. She approached, hesitant yet drawn forward by something she could not name. Oceanus looked up, a smile flickering across his lips. "You have the look of someone who listens to the sea," he said softly. Artie laughed, the sound light and surprised. "I hear its stories," she replied, "but I've never met anyone who could answer them." Their conversation flowed as easily as the tide, questions and laughter, shared secrets of the shore, hints of the magic each carried within. With every word, the distance between them faded, replaced by a growing warmth and the unspoken promise of something more. As the sun climbed higher, Oceanus reached out, letting a ribbon of water spiral between his fingers, an unspoken invitation. Artie answered with a spark of wind, twisting the water into a dancing form. Their magics touched, mingling in the air, a fleeting glimpse of the unity that would one day change the world. On that quiet morning, beneath the endless sky, a spark was kindled. Fate had set them on a path neither could foresee, a path that would lead to love, to legacy, and to the dawn of a new era. And so, by the sea, their story began. Across the changing tides, beneath countless stars, Artie and Oceanus's bond deepened. Days turned into weak sunlit shores, moonlit cliffs sharing stories from worlds apart. Artie spoke of wind, whispered dreams lands shaped by invisible currents, her laughter bright as sea foam. Oceanus answered with tales of the deep mysteries beneath waves' ancient ocean songs. They explored secret coves, climbed rocky outcrops, braved sudden storms together. Where Artie's boldness soared, Oceanus's calm steadied her. When Oceanus hesitated, Artie's courage pulled him forward. Their differences became their strength, opposites interwoven like wind and water. In quiet moments they revealed hopes and fears. Artie yearned for freedom. Beyond her horizon, Oceanus dreamed of peace between land and sea. Each wish met with understanding and gentle wonder. One evening dusk painted the sky in lavender and gold. Oceanus traced glowing patterns in the sand, ancient runes of protection. Artie added her own sigil, a swirl of wind and promise. Their magic spiraled upward, entwined, casting shimmering light across their faces. Surrounded by the hush of waves, they saw their future reflected in each other's eyes. Trust, adventure, unwavering love. Their hearts, once solitary, now beat in harmony together. They became more than they ever were alone. The tide carried their laughter beyond the horizon. Artie and Oceanus fell deeply, irrevocably in love, united by the magic of their differences and the promise of all that was yet to come. Beneath the silver hush of a moonlit sky, Artie and Oceanus sat side by side on a secluded stretch of sand. The world was quiet, save for the rhythmic lull of waves and the distant call of night birds. A gentle breeze tangled through Artie's hair as she leaned into Oceanus, their hands threaded together, fingers interlaced like the currents that had drawn them here. For a long moment, neither spoke, each lost in the warmth of the other's presence, the comfort of shared dreams. Then, softly, Oceanus broke the silence, his voice barely above the whisper of the tide. Do you ever wonder what our future could be? Not just you and me, but something more? Artie's eyes shone with a mixture of excitement and quiet vulnerability. I do, she replied, her words trembling with hope. Sometimes I imagine little footsteps chasing the tide, laughter echoing where the sea meets the sky. I want to build something new with you, a family, a home that's both wind and wave. Oceanus smiled, awe and longing mingling in his gaze. I worry, the worlds we come from, the dangers we've faced, will they find us? Will we be enough? His thumb brushed gently over Artie's knuckles, seeking reassurance. Artie squeezed his hand, her voice steady and brave. We'll face it all together. Our love is stronger than fear. If we build our future on hope and protect it with everything we are, I believe anything is possible. Side by side, they gazed out over the endless ocean, their hearts filled with dreams of tiny hands, shared laughter, and new adventures. In that moment, their commitment deepened, a silent vow to nurture the life they would create, to meet every joy and challenge as one. As the stars reflected in the water, Artie rested her head on Oceanus's shoulder. Let's start our forever, she whispered. Oceanus pressed a gentle kiss to her hair, a smile blooming across his face. Together, he promised. And so, on that moonlit shore, hope blossomed, two hearts daring to imagine a future, and the world quietly shifting to make space for the family they would become. In the gentle hush before sunrise, a radiant glow filled the small seaside cottage where Artie and Oceanus waited. Hearts thundering, hands clasped tight, the air shimmered with anticipation, as if the world itself held its breath. Outside, the waves whispered ancient lullabies, and the first light of dawn crept across the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and rose. Inside, time seemed to dance and swirl. Artie, fierce and serene, drew strength from the magic in her veins and the unwavering presence of Oceanus by her side. The room sparkled with subtle enchantments, wards of protection, blessings whispered by friends and ancestors, the soft pulse of the sea's power, summoned by a god's silent prayer. And then, as the first rays of sunlight touched the room, their child arrived, a miracle born of two worlds. In Artie's arms rested a tiny perfect being, eyes deep as the ocean's heart, hair soft and dark as midnight, skin kissed by a gentle luminescence that flickered like moonlight on water. The child's first breath shimmered with a faint silvery mist, and for a heartbeat the air was filled with delicate, swirling motes of magic. Oceanus gazed in awe, tears shining in his eyes as he traced the child's cheek with trembling fingers. She's perfect, he whispered, voice breaking with emotion. She carries the sea in her eyes, and the strength of your spirit. Artie's laughter was soft and teary as she pressed a kiss to their daughter's brow. She is hope. Our worlds united in one tiny heartbeat, a ninja witch, a god's child. She is the bridge we dreamed of. The child's fingers curled around Oceanus's thumb, tiny but impossibly strong, and a pulse of gentle magic rippled through the room, an unspoken promise of all the wonders yet to come. In that moment, love overwhelmed them. The fears of the past faded, replaced by a fierce, unbreakable devotion for this new life. Together, Artie and Oceanus cradled their daughter, their hearts overflowing. As dawn broke and the world welcomed a new legacy, a child destined to shape the tides of tomorrow, born of courage, magic and love. In the golden light of morning, the seaside cottage is alive with laughter and gentle chaos. Artie and Oceanus, once warriors and wanderers, now find themselves captivated by the smallest moments. A tiny hand reaching for a sunbeam, a curious gaze exploring the world for the very first time. Oceanus, once a god of tides, learns to braid wisps of midnight hair and invents lullabies sung in the language of waves. He delights in every new giggle, every wide-eyed wonder as their daughter discovers the rhythm of the sea and the magic in the ordinary. Artie, fierce protector and loving mother, shares stories of old battles and new beginnings, weaving spells of joy and safety into every hug. She teaches their child to listen to the wind, to dance in the rain, to trust in her own strength, and to always seek the beauty in the unknown. Together they build castles from driftwood and dreams, chase butterflies along the shore, and watch the stars blink awake as night falls. Their daughter's laughter is the music that fills their home, her endless curiosity the spark that brightens even the quietest days. Magic weaves through every moment, tiny miracles unfolding in the warmth of a family's embrace. In the hush before sleep, Artie and Oceanus hold their daughter close, hearts full and grateful, knowing that in cherishing these days, they are shaping a future built on love, unity and hope. For in this little family, bound by courage, enchanted by discovery, and anchored by love, the greatest adventure has only just begun. As dawn breaks over the ancient Blackwood estate, mist coils through tangled gardens, secrets linger in every shadowed corridor. Within these storied halls, the Blackwood family awakens, a lineage as old as magic itself, woven through with triumph tragedy. At the head of the table sits Lord Elias Blackwood, a figure of quiet power, his eyes holding storms and secrets. Beside him, Lady Evelyn, regal and enigmatic, her presence both soothing and severe, a guardian of the family's legacy and its most dangerous mysteries. Their eldest son, Silas, the heir, a man burdened by duty, haunted by the weight of expectation. Thomas, the second son, stands in the shadows, ambitious, overlooked, simmering with envy. His heart is a battleground of longing and resentment, a darkness that threatens to consume. Born beneath a blood moon, the twins, Morgana, cunning, ruthless sea witch, she weaves plots in the depths, her ambition as boundless as the ocean's fury. Miranda, her mirror and her foil, wields compassion and magic, a beacon of hope for those lost to the tides. Together, the Blackwoods are a family bound by ancient pacts and perilous gifts, a legacy of magic that is both blessing and curse. Rivalries fester beneath silken smiles, alliances shift like the restless sea, and secrets threaten to unravel the very fabric of their world. As the saga of the Blackwood family unfolds, destinies collide and loyalties are tested. In the coming storm, each must choose darkness, light, betrayal, redemption, power, love. For in the halls of Blackwood, every shadow tells a story, and every heart hides a secret waiting to be revealed. As sunlight melts the mist outside the Blackwood estate, a different energy pulses through the eastern wing, where the younger branch of the family awakens. Laughter, lightness, break the ancient hush, led by Seraphina Blackwood, Elara. Seraphina, eyes like dawn, spirit unbowed, not just Elara's daughter, but her soulmate, a confidant, a mirror, a best friend. They share a language of glances and smiles, a bond forged in midnight talks, secrets whispered beneath willow trees. In the sanctity of their sunlit alcove, their laughter becomes a spell of protection, weaving warmth through the cold stone. Caspian, Seraphina's elder brother, enters quietly, but with purpose. He and Elara share a deep, unspoken understanding, born of shared trials, gentle wisdom. Caspian's loyalty is steadfast, his presence a quiet anchor. When Seraphina falters, it is Caspian who steadies her, and when Elara's heart is heavy, Caspian lifts it with a simple touch on her shoulder. Atlas, the youngest, bursts into the room, with a pocket full of wildflowers, questions that tumble out like starlight. He sees the world with eyes wide open. Where others see shadows, Atlas finds colors. His laughter is contagious, his curiosity a lantern in the family's darker corridors. Atlas brings a gentle rebellion, daring the Blackwoods to embrace joy in the face of legacy. Together these four form the bright branch of the Blackwood tree, a sanctuary of hope, healing, within a family marked by secrets and sorrow. Seraphina, Elara, Caspian, Atlas, they choose connection. As the day begins anew, their bonds shimmer, reminding the Blackwoods and the world that even in the deepest shadow, light can always find a way in. A gentle breeze stirs the curtains in the eastern wing, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings. In a ceremony quiet but radiant, Silas Blackwood, Finn's half-brother, takes Elara's hand in marriage, weaving their destinies together beneath the watchful boughs of the Blackwood estate. A new chapter unfolds as Eliza and Amelia step into the sunlit alcove. Eliza, all boundless energy and infectious laughter, spins through the room, her presence a spark of joy. Amelia, her sister, lingers at the window, a book always in hand, her eyes reflecting worlds beyond the page, quiet, thoughtful, and wise beyond her years. Atlas greets them with open arms, slipping easily into the role of playful uncle. He shares wildflowers and riddles, inviting Eliza to chase him through the gardens. Amelia listens, smiling softly as he recounts tales of hidden groves and ancient secrets. Elara kneels beside them, her heart full. With Silas at her side, she draws Eliza and Amelia close, her voice weaving stories of magic and hope. Stories of brave girls, clever sisters, and the power of found family. In this moment, Elara makes a promise to love, to protect, and to guide them as fiercely as she does her own. Laughter and stories fill the halls, the bright branch of the Blackwood family growing ever stronger, roots entwined, hearts open. In the light of this new day, Elara's promise echoes, "Here, you are home." As twilight deepens across the Blackwood estate, another guardian moves through the quiet halls, unseen, yet ever watchful. Isabella Riaz, known to the children as their gentle, observant nanny, glides from room to room, her footsteps silent on the polished floors. But beneath her calm smile lies a history woven with secret strength and purpose. In the flicker of candlelight, Isabella's eyes scan the corridors, decoding the faintest melodies that drift through the air, ancient songs only she can interpret. Her past as a warrior and secret agent is hidden behind the gentle lullabies she sings and the stories she shares at bedtime. Every word, every note is a shield, protecting Eliza and Amelia from dangers they cannot see. Outside the nursery, Isabella quietly sharpens a hidden blade, her senses attuned to every shadow. Her oath is unspoken but unbreakable, to stand between the children and any threat, no matter how dark. She watches as Eliza and Amelia, unaware of the dangers lurking beyond their world, share a secret code of their own, protecting each other with fierce, sisterly loyalty. Tonight, as the girls drift into dreams, Isabella sits by the window, decoding the night's whispers. Her silhouette is a promise, silent, steadfast and strong. In the growing Blackwood family, she is the unseen shield, the silent guardian, the keeper of 1,000 secrets. And as moonlight traces patterns on the floor, Isabella Riaz stands watch, ever ready, ever loyal, ever in the shadows. Beneath the silver shimmer of moonlight, Aurelia Blackwood slips beneath the waves, her heart drawn to the secrets the sea keeps hidden. Guided by the call of ancient magic, she glides through kelp forests. She moves over coral ruins. She reaches a shattered hull, timbers etched with the Blackwood crest. In the silent gloom, Aurelia uncovers relics that pulse with forgotten power. She finds a journal. The journal reveals a secret passage between the manor and the ocean's depths. As Aurelia reads, visions flicker before her eyes, memories of a pact forged generations ago. That pact binds the Blackwoods to the sea's protection, and it hints at a shadow rising once more. Above, storm clouds gather. The world stirs with unrest. The human realm needs Aurelia now, more than ever. Back at Blackwood Manor, the air crackles with tension. Shadows flicker in the corridors. Isabella rallies to defend the family. Elias prepares spells. Jonathan plans with quiet cunning. A masked intruder breaches the estate. Isabella's gentle facade falls away, revealing her true self, a warrior of the old order, fierce and unyielding. She leads the defense with swift precision. Blades flash. Secrets spill into the candlelight. Elias's spells join the fray. Jonathan's cunning supports the strategy. Together with Isabella's strength, the trio forms an unbreakable shield. In the aftermath, the children gaze up at Isabella with new understanding. Her secret is no longer hidden. She is more than a nanny. She is more than a guardian. She is the Blackwood's silent sentinel, her loyalty forged in shadow and fire. As dawn breaks over sea and manor, Aurelia emerges from the waves, the journal clutched in her hands. The path forward is clear. The family must unite, above and below, to face the coming storm. With secrets revealed and new bonds forged, the Blackwoods stand ready for whatever darkness the tide may bring. As the first light of morning spills through the storm-tossed windows of Blackwood Manor, the family gathers in the great hall, drawn together by the events of the night, secrets unearthed beneath the waves. Aurelia stands with the journal pressed to her chest, her gaze steady. Isabella recounts her vigil over the Blackwood legacy. Another revelation lingers in the air, heavy and unsaid. Jonathan steps forward from the shadows. His eyes sweep the assembled family. Sharp with insight, he reveals what he has known for years. He is not just the family's trusted detective. He is blood of the Blackwood line, the son of Lord Elias Blackwood and Lady Evelyn, raised in secret to protect the family from dangers only he could sense. A hush falls. Lady Evelyn's face, sorrow and pride. She confesses, the legacy is more tangled than anyone guessed. Jonathan is not the only secret. In her youth, Lady Evelyn loved another, a man whose name drifts in memory. From that union, new branches grew. Alex Chase, Lyra, Atlas, Seraphina, Finn, Elara. Jasper, Ronan, Amelia, Exila. Shock and wonder ripple through the room. Old rivalries flicker in their eyes. A dawning sense of unity follows. Every secret becomes a thread. Every difference weaves strength. Aurelia opens the journal for all to see. Detectives, guardians, warriors, dreamers, united at last. The storm outside begins to fade. The true family stands revealed, ready for the darkness on the horizon. The air in the great hall shimmers with the weight of revelation. Faces in the hall absorb the moment. Moonlight and dust drift through the windows. As the Blackwood family absorbs Jonathan's truth, a figure steps from the shadows, Lady Elara Moon. Her presence is quiet. Her eyes hold the same silver light as Lady Evelyn's. The assembled family turns, sensing another secret about to unfurl. With a gentle, unwavering voice, Lady Elara reveals she and Lady Blackwood are twins. Two halves of a legacy, divided by love and fate. The room stirs, memories shifting in the minds of those who thought they knew their history. Lady Elara's gaze seeks out her daughters in the crowd. Amelia, born of Lord Blackwood's passion, and her own secret longing. Eliza, the child of Thomas Blackwood, Lord Blackwood's enigmatic half-brother. Two daughters, two branches, united by hidden bloodlines. Seraphina, standing tall beside Aurelia, listens as her own family tree is set right. Caspian steps forward. Atlas steps forward. Their hands find hers in silent understanding. Aurelia watches as the tangled web of kinship becomes a tapestry of belonging. In another corner, Zara shares a quiet nod. Victor returns the nod. Their daughter Astra radiates with quiet strength. Across the room, Alex Chase meets Astra's eyes, a silent promise passing between them. Their love has already joined the family's future to its past. As names are spoken and connections revealed, the hall fills with a new warmth. Old wounds begin to close. Rivalries soften into understanding. The Blackwood legacy, once fractured by secrets, is now whole. Every branch is illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the high windows. Tonight the family is more than blood, hope, forgiveness, the promise of unity. Beyond the manor's walls, the last echoes of the storm fade. A new dawn rises, one shaped by the strength of every branch entwined. As the first rays of dawn spill across Blackwood Manor, the night's revelations begin to settle. Isabella Ryers stands watchful near the great hearth, a detective, a secret agent, and now the chosen guardian of the children whose destinies are woven through this storied lineage. Our eyes, sharp and kind, scan the room, ensuring each young soul finds comfort in the new bonds forged. Nearby, Elias Thorne and Jonathan Blackwood, once rivals, now partners, gather in the study, piecing together the last fragments of the family's tangled past. Old letters, faded photographs, and cryptic journals scatter the desk. Their voices are low but resolute. Each clue brings them closer to understanding not only the Blackwood secrets, but the hidden ties that bind every branch. On the terrace, the sea air drifts in, carrying laughter and whispers. Morgana and Miranda, the enigmatic sea witch twins, stand hand in hand before the family. After years of secrecy, they reveal the truth. They are sisters, separated by magic and fate, now reunited. Their confession stirs the crowd, but Lady Elara's gentle nod signals acceptance. The family embraces them, their differences now a source of strength. The celebration continues as Lady Elara Moon, now radiant in a silver gown, stands beside Finn's half-brother Rowan. With love shining in their eyes, they exchange vows under the ancient moonlit archway, a promise witnessed by every branch of the family. In a gesture of unity, Rowan extends his arms to Eliza and Amelia, adopting them as his own. The girls step forward, their faces bright with hope as the family gathers close. In the soft glow of dawn, Isabella gathers the children, Serafina, Caspian, Atlas, Eliza, Amelia, and Astra, her presence steady and reassuring. She promises to protect them, to guide them, and to honor every secret and every hope that brought them together. Tonight, the Blackwood legacy is no longer fractured. Secrets have become stories. Rivals have become allies. The moonlight lingers, blessing every vow and every heart. And, as the manor's doors open to the promise of a new day, the family steps forward, united at last, beneath the tides of fate and the watchful eyes of their guardians. Night settles gently over Blackwood Manor, painting the walls in hues of indigo and silver. In a quiet alcove, Elara curls up beside her adopted sisters, Amelia, Eliza, their laughter echoing softly beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient portraits. The three huddle close, wrapped in a tapestry of warmth and wonder, as Elara begins to weave her stories. Tales of enchanted forests, starlit journeys, and ancestors who danced with dragons beneath the moon. Each story pulses with magic, echoing their own lineage, a legacy of courage, of secrets kept and shared, of family found in the most unexpected places. Amelia's eyes shine with curiosity, while Eliza's hand squeezes Elara's, their bond growing deeper with every whispered word. In the shadows beyond the doorway, Isabella stands silent and steady, her senses keen to every flicker of magic or threat that lingers in the night. She listens, ready to defend, but also to nurture, her presence a silent promise that no harm will come to these children while she remains. Outside, the wind stirs the trees and the moonlight glimmers on the sea. Unseen, new dangers begin to gather, ripples of dark magic, old enemies drawn by the family's newfound unity. But within the manor's walls, the children's laughter grows bolder, their trust in each other unshakable. As Elara's stories give way to dreams, Amelia and Eliza drift off, side by side, as close as sisters can be, their hearts beat with hope, their courage kindled by every tale and every truth uncovered. For in this family, every secret is a seed, and together they will face whatever shadows lie ahead. Tonight, the Blackwood legacy lives on in stories, in bonds, and in the unbreakable promise that family, chosen born, will always stand together beneath the stars. Beneath a sky jeweled with stars, the halls of Blackwood Manor come alive with warmth and wonder. The entire Blackwood family, ancient and young, bloodbound and chosen, gathers in the grand hall, their faces aglow in the lantern light. The air hums with anticipation as generations unite for a night long promised and long awaited. At the heart of the gathering, Eliza, Amelia, Aurelia, Astra stand side by side, their eyes shining with courage and curiosity. Each child carries the mark of her own destiny, gifts forged in secret, hearts tempered by hope. Tonight they are celebrated not just as children, but as the next generation of magical guardians, the future of the Blackwood legacy. Around them, old wounds quietly mend. Estranged relatives share tentative smiles. Hands once clenched in anger now reach for forgiveness. Secrets, once heavy and hidden, are spoken aloud. Fears, regrets, truths that tremble in the telling but heal in the hearing. In the hush that follows each confession, understanding blossoms and old rivalries fade into memory. Isabella, ever watchful, stands sentinel at the edge of the gathering, her eyes softening as she watches the children, her charges, her hope, her heart. She nods in silent approval as the elders, once divided, clasp hands in a vow of unity. New alliances are forged in laughter and tears, the promise of shared purpose echoing through the manor's ancient stones. Outside, the night deepens and the shadows draw back, powerless against the strength of a family united. The children, cradled by love and legacy, step forward together, embraced by the clan's protective circle. As they lift their joined hands toward the moon, magic shimmers in the air, a silent pledge that the Blackwood guardians, past, present, and future, will always stand together. Tonight, the wounds of yesterday are healed, the secrets of the past are honoured, and the bonds of family shine brighter than ever before. The Blackwood legacy, reborn in hope and unity, is ready to face whatever dawn brings next.